Oh, Malphite. All right, here we go. Just
still going for this space. You would as Chimera super
They're in
low.
trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my god!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions bow down to Jake.
Good evening and welcome back to the UKEL Four Nations Spring 2026 season. We've had our first day. We're going to do better today. We have some... Well, I've jinxed it now, haven't I? So we're straight in. I'm still temporal,
Absolutely.
separated in time from good ideas. Middle Cotton Toast. Toast, welcome to the show. It's nice to finally meet you.
No, it's good to see you all. I'm very excited to get into the league. Coming in with very kind of blind eyes, but willing to experience it all. Ready.
He's done some decent prep. I've read it. Twitch chat, you best be nice. You know,
Yeah,
we only get new people every now and again. I got to keep them. We gotta show them a good time.
Yeah,
Middle Cot,
Yes.
are you ready for a good time?
Oh, so I've been ready for a good time for all my life, Temporal, and it is all come to this moment in time where I get to be on a show with Toast and yourself. No, it's great to be back. I absolutely love the Four Nations, the UKEL, domestic League of Legends at its pinnacle. We're going to have some fights. We're going to have some fun. It is going to be an awesome evening.
Tons of fun. So, if we're gonna have fights and sort of an epic battle of epic destiny, so much so that my throat doesn't work anymore. Bulldog Academy and Verdant Academy, two academies out of three, to show us some school on the evening. Should we do predictions first, or do we want to sort of talk about it and then have a shock reveal, gentlemen? We can do some democracy.
Oh, I see. Democracy, I find it to be an inefficient system of governance. I'm open. I want people to know what I think before I go on the long-winded explanation, so they've actually got an idea of where I'm going.
All right, you're gonna have to bear with ad technology being a little bit out. So this is for the screenshot, because our best of twos, or sort of our back-to-back best of ones, don't really get encapsulated with the team logo. I'm 1-1 on tonight. I have
also
no idea
1-1.
who's going to do it first. So now that I'm established as sitting on the fence, Toast, where are you on tonight, sir?
I think we're all on the fence for this one at least.
Wait, so we've all put 1-1, but we've all said that
Yeah.
like Bulldog are going to win the first game. So that's our prediction.
At least we're coordinated.
Yeah, color coordinated.
Well,
All
I'll tell
right.
you-
Oh.
and then Verdant will win again.
If you post both screenshots, someone might understand. That's okay.
Oh,
That's all
we're
right.
interaction farming, I guess.
So let's have a wee bit of an introduction. I think we might have the lower thirds for rosters, but I'm gonna let Nanos bring those up if we do. Mr. Cott.
Ooh.
Oh, look at that animation. Excellent. And some of you will know Frisky as well from the show. Middle Cott, start us off here.
Okay, so yes, obviously we've all said that the teams are going to go 1-1, so it ends up falling on my head to fight for Verdant in this instance. But I don't think they're a bad team to back. Verdant, for me, are one of the organisations within UK League of Legends that have really come through in the last 5 years and established themselves as one of the good guys, as one of the sort of what's becoming an old guard now that are a bit more respected in the league. And whilst they have taken a little bit of time away from the UKL, they're back with a new roster. Couple of names that we might recognise. Synapse, very, very long time UK player. Influentic, we've seen him at the NLC Division 2 level, I believe with Munster Rugby Gaming. But a lot of unknowns here. Podex, Kobe, Smolcom. We haven't really seen these guys on the Rift before. And Coach Frisky, doing broadcasting and coaching as well, which I know is quite tricky, but hopefully he's doing a good job there. The thing for me is that Verdant as an organisation has a very long history of backing winners at this level. And even though we don't know the names, I think that the prestige associated with this organisation gives just a little bit more cachet to these names that we don't really know.
Yeah, we generally see good ideas, even if, this time around we're going to see how this sort of folds out rather than knowing in advance. We haven't got like a superstar hitter. Similar to pretty much all of Verdant's NLC roster last year, which was just like, you could see the blaze from miles away. That team was on fire. Let's move over to Bulldog. Now, more of a known quantity here. However, we've had some chat in the back room. Toast, what are you most excited about on this roster?
So from what I'm hearing about, so I'm coming from a completely research basis. I'm hearing a lot about Worm Soil, high on ladder, murmurs amongst the community and stuff. He looks to be very strong. Looks to be someone to watch. Looking at, well, obviously we might, one day maybe we'll see the Heimerdinger for Faulty. That's one thing we will look out for. It's seeing how he interacts when it does get banned, and then in this matchup particularly, Pavolge seems to be very strong in the jungle half.
Oh yeah.
But it could go one way or another. And then the bot lane is rather new to me. Not too much I can see on them, but strong champ pools, a lot of engaged stuff I like to see as a support main myself. Yeah.
Can I just say, we've got Worm Soil and Magpie on the same team. Like we've got a bird and a worm. There's something at play there. I know it's not my job on the desk to come up with the casters calls for them, but I'm just giving you that one for free. There's something there.
Maybe there's a reason at other ends of the roster.
Yeah.
The TP played a bot. It just writes itself. It writes itself. Okay, we're going into draft in just a second. So finally, while we wait for that, just gonna sort of set the head-to-head because we've had a look at both teams. Quite excited for a new Verdant, a new sapling, let's say, this organization that prides itself on trees. Middlecott, what's going to be the biggest gap on our screens? What's going to be the dynamic that's going to twist this game around one way or another?
Oh, don't make me. Seriously, my first show of the year in it, you're all right, and you're like, hey, Middlecott, come in here, make some enemies. Let's
do it. That's what the
rip
desk
it
is
off.
for.
Let's rip the band-aid off. We've got questions about Faulty. I think they are very legitimate, and I think Influentic is a sort of player with the champions that he plays, with the way he likes to play, that could exploit that.
That's fair enough. They're either going to fail doing that, or do it and win. And that's just the way it goes. Right, we're not in Fearless, so ignore some ancient compositions.
Yeah, I don't know what's going there.
I do recognize that one, though.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
I recognize it. Who did Kale mid by Jinx? That's a recent one. But you know what's not recent? You know what's kind of eternal? Verdant banning Heimerdinger against Bulldog.
Not today.
Just makes sense. Just what you need to do.
We've seen lots of Ambessa, sometimes in the jungle as well. So interesting. Podex will not have sort of this super abusive pick that can just grab you from a screen away.
Well, you assuming that Sign Up Sprinter wouldn't play Ambessa? Temporal, okay, right? This is very rude of you. Okay, he's an adaptable man that plays a wide range of styles, but yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. This Mundo actually targeting Podex as well, so I think Bulldog Academy rightly recognizing that Pivolch has got to leverage this jungle matchup as much as he can to potentially cover for deficiencies in mid lane, but also to enable his other lanes. So makes sense that you get some comfort away. Yazstrom being banned out by Verdant Academy, very obviously there with the Caitlyn and the Yunara off the board, looking at this AD carry going, he's going to be scary on those long-range marksmen. Let's take those away.
All right, Toast. We've had the Corkian. That's some splash damage in bot lane. That's a nice bit of burst. But now that you've seen that,
now, taking that first seems to be one that it's one of his highest played from what I can see. Them banning the Varus straight away kind of makes sense, especially with his strength recently, and it being the ADC's go-to for Verdant. Now we're seeing Xin Xiao, we're seeing Sion being taken straight away. Heavy tanks, top lane jungle. I've seen some of the Xin Xiao plays. It should be good. I'm excited for that one at least.
Okay, all right.
What I'm finding quite interesting is that, like, for me, Xin Zhao isn't a jungler that has a lot of conditions in terms of when he can play. And a lot of Podex's pool is quite niche. You've got stuff like the Graves, like the Carthers, like Rengar champions that can't really just throw themselves into a spot. We know that Pivolge likes to play these early bruisers. And for me, this is Verdant Academy going, hey, do you know what? We'll get Synapse on the Sion up top side. There's going to be no point even fighting him. And then with Podex on the Xin Zhao, he can match you around the map. And Bulldog, it feels like they're opting straight into it. The Cassante, great up against that Sion, really doesn't care about him either. And then the Wukong, a bit more of a diver champion, I would say, than Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao sort of offers himself to be a bit of a pseudo tank when you get into team fights, but Wukong all about getting in there, getting the fight going.
Yeah, the only sort of downside, Jin Zhao will take Wukong in the 1v1, but Wukong does get that dive, does get that access. And Toast, what better to dive onto than this Jinx?
No, absolutely. Seeing Jinx early on means that it's going to be, if they don't, in the team fight, they get the main engaged. If they don't find the Jinx very early on, she's going to deal damage, she's going to get kills, she's going to whittle down the numbers of the fight. Now, the Wukong I like to see as well, because he kind of just goes well into anything. You just kind of have to change your playstyle depending on what it is. It's usually a good first blind pick, but obviously we want the Corki straight away.
Yeah, you gotta save your safe blinds. We're not quite in that blue one panic meta anymore. Enchanter's going amiss here. Not a huge shot.
I think that makes sense from Bulldog though, because you look at Verdant Academy and you go, does this composition really need any more engage? You've already got the Jinx of your damage win condition. Why would you not just pair something alongside that, like a Lulu or a defensive tank like Braum, who's going to be able to prevent the Cassante and the Wukong from getting on top of you? Verdant Academy though, these bans feel a little bit strange to me. I feel like Nico isn't necessarily a champion that you need to prioritize in terms of banning, and like the Ahri as a fullback as well. I don't know if we're necessarily leveraging the mid lane matchup in the way that we need to. And this Orianna, again, it's very stable, but it doesn't completely rip your head off.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to sideline Faulty. These are two picks he can pick up, and of course Nico Corki potentially. Outside of Yunara and options, the best bot laner on the patch right now. Toast, we're gonna have to close this out for Bulldog. Is there enough access? The Nautilus will come in.
So what's interesting is that they haven't, looking at Faulty, he plays a lot of like ranged, a bit of cheese in the mid lane, but they're kind of saying, Verdant's kind of saying we can deal with it, we will handle it. So they've taken out Nico, someone he does play a little bit more. Because that's one of the AP options. But we are going to see Azir as the mid laner, which makes for some very interesting team fights. I'm excited to see that. There's a lot of heavy hitters coming from Bulldog Academy. I would like to see, Verdant Academy currently right now has got Jinx. Orianna can damage deal, but it's a lot of sustain, a lot of engage.
Both teams have drafted the same comp. They've both done exactly the same thing.
We started in very different positions, but you're saying they've met in the middle?
A little bit. I will say that the Corki is a real wrinkle as opposed to the Jinx, because Jinx as an AD carry, you need people to come into you before you go forward. Corki, like we're hitting people for like 14 like 1,000 damage like crits. Like I swear, this champion is absolutely bonkers. He can operate sort of within the range of the Jin Zhao ultimate without really being too scared, because he does have the ability to Valk away. And whilst there isn't a lot of explicitly defensive CC on Bulldog, there's so much CC that if you get that onto the Orianna, if you get that onto the Jinx, I don't think that Verdant Academy necessarily have enough damage in their composition to offer enough threat to take you down.
Toast, any contrasting opinions? Anything you agree with that?
It's interesting because Nautilus definitely seems like more of a we're now going to fight you, and Rel can kind of come across more as like a reactive, waiting for the mistake to happen and then you're jumping upon that target. Whereas it's Nautilus is looking for the positions. It's like that weak point that they can grab really quick in the early lanes, at least. In the late fights, I could see Verdant Academy having a bit more like it's just almost entirely frontline and then just completely relying on the Jinx to do that damage, because Cassante himself can just do a bit of work himself. I think
what I'm hearing you say is Verdant Academy have got the toughest stuff.
A
little bit, yeah.
I will say though, I think Verdant Academy's like mid jungle 2v2 is like a lot easier to execute. Like, if we're trying to play around Azir soldiers and, like, shuffles going on, like, with the Wukong clone too, like, it's difficult in terms of coordination. Verdant are just like, we put the ball on the Jin Zhao and then we press the R button and then people die. Like, it's a little bit easier to get done. So, I like that they're sort of trying to target that on Bulldog, but remains to be seen if it's going to work.
I think my only critique is that Corki can kill one person. One person is going to come off Nautilus, is going to come off Cassante, and it's Jinx.
Yeah.
If you don't get the Jinx, you're in a world of hurt. And to narrate you through this joyous experience, Rob Sovanix, take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Caster Desk. I'm super excited to be joined by Rob for our first cast of this season. And, wow, 2 drafts that pretty much look the same as the Analyst Desk broke it down. What do you think about what we've seen?
Yeah, we were saying behind the scenes, I don't say boring. Boring's the wrong word, but you see, 2 tanks in the top lane, 2 sort of AD bruisers in jungle, 2 mages in mid. The only difference, again, as the Desk pointed out, is there's a Jinx on one side and there's a Corki on the other. So more of a hyper carry, at least, that sort of reset, more style around with that Jinx, which, again, Verdant's draft, a little bit easier to execute, as Middlecott said as well. However, you've got some heavy hitters on the side of Bulldog. I mean, I'm personally predicting Bulldog should pick both these games up today. I think they've picked up some really great players in the offseason and the return of Pivotal. So we'll have to see. It all comes down to execution when you've got 2 very similar drafts.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Bulldog, and I think Pibble. I believe they left mid-split to go play in a different league. So, I mean, I think that this is a heavily upgraded Bulldog roster. I'm excited to see what Verdant Academy can do, but I just think in the face of a team that has upgraded, that was strong last split, and I would say overall that across the board the league was more powerful last split. I think you can say that Bulldog Academy should be strong favorites going into this game.
Yeah, the upgrades don't just come in the form of Pivotal. Again, just as a background, actually, say Lefty did go to play in an ERL1. He went to go play, I think it's ERL1, the Portuguese First League. So he did go over there. You then have Wormsoil coming in top lane to replace Harry Carey. Harry carried a decent split, but again, Wormsoil, he's been playing a lot. I know in the in-house kind of tournaments they were running, he's been around the UK scene a little bit. I saw him join LoL Pros randomly. I was like, who's this guy? He suddenly seems to have shown up out of nowhere. And then in bot lane, I would say, despite me, not hating on DDD that much, I do think Yastrom looks like a big upgrade there as well. So the only question now comes in is the remaining members of Kakashi and support, or Magpie as he goes by, and Faulty in the mid lane. Can they keep up with their new additions in the face of a Verdant roster that has, I would say, story talent in Synapse and Influentic? And then you also got like some question marks here, right? You've got Kobe, you've got Smolcon, who's at least been looking for a team for a while, already shot up at least in rank recently. So this is going to be the case of talent I know is proven, at least with Pivol and Yastrom. If you look at, they've got Leaguepedia pages, which is a shock for a UKEL Div 1 team for players to have that. And then you see on the side of Verdant, you've got some veteran talent surrounded by some newer players. So see if they can come together the first game. What we can say, no matter what, is since the drafts are very similar, it could be a coaching diff here, Savonic. So we'll have to see how Frisky's boys in Verdant manage to pull it off.
Yeah, that's always an interesting thing, and I mean it's quite good to talk about because Frisky's gone from caster to coach, which is kind of similar to your story. So maybe you could apologies, but maybe you could give a little bit of background as to what it's like going from a broadcast perspective to a coach position.
I think a lot of people seem to think that some players think coaching is just, well, he's going to sit with me in a one-on-one and improve my individual laning, but it's more man management. It's about getting everyone to work behind one single vision on how to play the game. When it comes to draft, if you've been a lot of coaches will be doing that draft prep. You want to get those players in there and have everyone on board, because what you don't want to do is come out of this game and say it's very easy to pick apart when something goes wrong and point to draft, and you want to have everyone on the same page, so that way when things do go wrong, you're able to look at gameplay first before going, well, we should have picked this champion on R3. It's really bad. Isn't necessarily helpful in hindsight, right? Like you can learn some stuff, but not a ton. So I think a lot of players to have a caster go to coach, it can be a difficult transition. We'll have to see if Frisky can pull it off. I'm shouting him out because he's been giving it the big un on Twitter. This guy's been saying Vernon's going to smack everyone up. This is where they have to prove it.
Yeah, right. Well, I believe we are ready to head into the game. But whoa, we got a little fancy graphic action going on here. Look at those team compositions. They're basically the same thing as the analyst desk kind of mentioned. So the game is going to be not the most exciting, I expect, Rob.
No, you won't imagine. You should imagine too much. Again, I think the mid jungle 2v2s generally it's going to come down to how well versed Faulty is in the Azir matchup versus the Orianna. If it was, I say that as he's immediately getting poked down, having bone plating taken off of him. But there are ways Azir can at least look for pressure and look for prio in this early mid matchup. He needs to make sure to keep that lethal tempo stack, for example, on her, at least be able to get those stacks up and be able to push the wave. Because if you don't have the extra attack speed from that keystone, it's very hard to push. Elsewhere on the map, You're seeing two tanks in the top lane. Let's be honest, they're going to be pathing away from that as you see the two junglers not wanting anything to do with that boring top matchup in the first 5 minutes of the game. And in bot lane, lots of engage opportunities. So maybe we do see a few scuffles around either the first crab or even, level 2 in the bot lane, as there's already a lot of damage going down.
Yeah, Dredgeline going onto the Jinx has responded with the crash start by Small Con, the 2v2. Pretty extensive so far. Lethal Tempo stacked from Cobby as he decides to go forward. Healer's proc from Moose Speed, and that's the end of the trade. And Rob, you think got the benefit of that trade?
Oh, as I said, we look at mid lane and you see already maybe Faulty struggling at the beginning of this mid lane matchup. In the bot lane, it does look, I would say, a bit like Verdant. They got a little bit damage onto their role, who doesn't really care too much. Both ADCs pretty healthy. I'd say it was a pretty even trade overall. Both pots burned. However, I say that Jinx hasn't had to use hers. So overall, HP advantage, I'd say, going over to Verdant with that potion still available for Cobby. But overall, it's going to be a game where it's standard team comp. It's going to be standard. I'm full clearing my jungle until we get fight over the crabs, and then look to see for the first objectives, maybe a 2v2, maybe a 3v3, depending on which team decides to go for the dragon first. And man, why do we get the first cast we get to do something like this? There's no exciting picks, man. It's just standard team comps that will want to scale into the game. Scaling is the name of the game. They've been watching, the LEC, where teams have basically been winning purely off of winning at 35 minutes and not really worrying about the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the most exciting draft, but obviously, maybe, I guess, when we head towards the mid to late game, that's when a lot of the action would be happening. So, who knows? It could be explosive when it gets to there. I'm interested to see what happens towards the spot side crab. You see both junglers kind of clearing towards that side, so I'd expect something to happen here.
Yeah, it's the clash of the crab as we're expecting. I will say, however, I do actually slightly favour Verdant if they do get to late game. We see the Corki trapped up, but it won't matter too much. I do slightly favour because, again, Jinx comps with an Orianna resets very, very massive. Codex already giving over this crab, looking for top mid and then into the top crab. So priority already is secured. All Bulldog's bot lane giving their crab over to Pivotal. Hook just lands on the minion, and again, very, very standard early game. No one really trying to force anything out. As Wormsoil, he's being walked away from. Is he going to go for a base here? He is. So there's a slight push in towards Synapse Winter here because the minion differential and damage in the bot lane is still going down. There's a hook.
Ooh, Dredgeline down onto Small Con. Use that crash down defensively. In the bot side of Verdant Academy, and we thought they were in the advantage, but look at the CS lead that's grown for Yazstrom.
Yeah, it was a potion advantage which got whistled down very quickly with some decent damage from the Corki coming through to take Jinx a bit lower. They're now being pushed in here, and we are seeing an advantage open up to see if they want to go for a base here. I mean, Squadcon's already basing in bot lane. He's now been told, no, you can't do that. I'll be killed by the Jinx, and he's cancelled that one. And Wormsoil as well. I just want to say Wormsoil, by the way, he's come into the league as a new UK top laner, and he really should show, because we've had a good history of that, right? With Loopy, for example, coming in at the beginning of last year. We'll have to see if he can live up to that, as the damage is still massive in this bot lane. Not much the bot lane of Verdant can really do, as it actually hooks another minion.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting, because I think traditionally, well, most people would say Rel is a Nautilus counter, so I'm actually curious as to how this bot lane is operating, and I think it could be the case, Cobby and Small Con. We have talked about how they are unknown quantities. Kakashi, however, he's an experienced player, and you can kind of see his aggression stepping up to a lot of these trades, being very positive as mid lane 1v1 is happening. Faulty going in with the shifting sands, big damage traded back onto Influentic. Summoners are available, but Faulty has the TP, Influentic taking the combat summoners.
Yeah, and it is Ghost on Orianna as well, so it's not like just a straight up ignite. So Wiz giving us a bit more mobile in those fights. Again, lacks that ability to get back into that lane quickly if things do go down. Gachi's here in mid.
Yeah, Podix is here. Gonna get the knock up as the Orianna ball will speed him up, and they're looking to chase Kakashi
Shockwave
through the jungle. Shockwave is available, and it's flashed away by Kakashi. Pivotal around the corner, and so no further pursuit. Early summoner's blown. Actually, Kakashi missing both the heal and the flash right now.
Yeah, it does end up getting that flash up, but it does make the mid matchup, I guess, a little bit easier, right? Obviously, no summoner's blown by Ori, but the shockwave being gone as Kakachi's looping around here. Cobby's in danger.
Yeah, in danger indeed. Flash already blown. That's a lot of damage coming down, but the zap's going to slow down the Corki, as the dragon is going to be the focus for Podex and Smallcon. He's just hanging around that tri-bush. Very fortunately, Cobby's going to stay alive, only having to blow the flash, but actually, Bulldog Academy, they're starting to group up here. Dredgeline down onto the Relish Pivel. Starts opening up some damage. He approaches the
steal it,
dragon.
does
Can
he?
steal it
Oh!
away as Pivel is going to take away that objective. Podix now starts retreating towards his jungle. The flash is available for the Xin Xiao, but Smokon is going to get hit with the Dredgeline. Can this be first blood? Big shielding and the heal from Smokon will keep him alive for now as they retreat back to their towers. No casualties, but Bulldog Academy, they've got their eyes set onto Kobe underneath their tower. The wave is thin, but numbers are strong. They're going for the grunt for now. And if they look to get a tower dive off, there is a flashless Jinx ready for the taking. Smallcon has stayed around as well. He's revealed himself. Dredgeline's going to go down. A bit of discoordination from Bulldog Academy, but Pivel's going to open up with that Cyclone. There's no follow-up damage for now. It's 1-by-1, but finally Yazbrum's going to come in. The second charge of the Cyclone's going to claim first blood as Smallcon retreats away from his turret, and it's a double kill for the returning Bulldog jungler.
And this was a guy that, at the beginning of last year, this is when Bulldog took a game off of Brod right at the beginning of the split. Pivel looked phenomenal. He had a couple great games, ended up disappearing. We thought, we'll ever see him back again? Where did Bulldog find this guy? Well, he's back now, and he's taken an absolute statement in this game one where 2 kills on the board. He's going to base. He hasn't got that Trinity Force completed yet, but he's already well on his way. And you see there, he's a bit late to the dragon, but gets that steal, Savonix. Then is able to force Podix out of his own jungle. They burn sums on pretty much everyone. Kobe's left in no man's land. And now, if you are a fan of the dogs, if you are Jolly BDG, he's surely cheering his boys on because 2 kills ahead already, 1,000 gold, well, 1.3k in the lead. Yes, the matchups, I'd say, mid, top, you are down a little bit of CS. But everywhere else, it's looking great, to be honest with you, Savonix. I'm really excited for this Bulldog roster, by the way. I just think that Bulldog were always a joke in the league, weren't they? We always used to make jokes about Bulldog, right? Team Vertex of the old. Well, are they going to get a win? I think they're a legitimate contender, actually, this split, for at least a top 4 place, which is something, if you'd said that last year, people would have looked at me very funny.
Yeah, it was always like the you check in the calendar when you played. I believe when they were called Vertex, right? You check in the calendar when you play them, and you're just like, oh yeah, okay, we'll get a win there. But now, yeah, you're right, absolutely. They're now a name that we have to respect, teams and broadcasts alike. They're no longer a laughingstock, and I mean it's a good start to their split. I think what's interesting now, right, obviously, is scaling comps, right? I feel like with scaling comps, whichever one gets ahead first are in a huge driver's seat.
It's not just that, it's also getting that first dragon, right? It means if you are Bulldog and you're already in the driver's seat, as you were saying, you get the next dragon and you're able to force that third Drake. You're on a soul point fight at 23, 24 minutes, and you have already got into the game. And if you've got like a Wukong, who is a jungler that we've always said, if he gets a lead, is very scary, as Wukong's looking for a stun, but he can't engage here. He's only level 5. And Pivel was around to harass the team off of this Gromp. You think he should just go back into his own jungle, to be honest with you. There's loads of here, but fights everywhere, bit of damage in the mid lane. Again, we should be just seeing plays very consistently with these sort of standard. We shouldn't be seeing, scuffles in top leading to kills. We should be seeing fights around bot lane, and that's what Bulldogs so far have just done better.
Yeah, exactly. I think naturally with these 2-team compositions, you're looking at fights around objectives, more so random fights. But as I say, that Influentic's been pushed underneath the turret, eats into the mana pool of Faulty, so no casualty there. And yeah, interesting thing about the CS scores, that bot lane one is looking very, very worrying for Kobe.
It's very rough, and in a matchup where again you're playing engage versus engage, and one support is playing as aggressive as you see Kakashi playing, it does just mean Jinx can't really step up onto the wave and get as much CS as she'd really like. And with a Corki as well, usually a bit strong, well, is a bit quite a lot in that early lane as the following worm. So
yeah, Silent Sprinter almost dropping down. And like, I guess what's interesting about this top matchup, right? Wormsoul, the new kid on the block, a lot of hype around him. Silent Sprinter's a bit of a UK legend in the top lane, so got a name to prove for himself. And Podix on the grubs is going to take one, but Wormsoul with top lane priority secured is going to start a fight onto Podix. And the Crescent Guard is going to push them back as he tries to force that second grub. Does actually get it, but at the cost of his life.
And again, there's no feat in the game anymore, so securing that second grub only really gives you that ability to push turrets. It doesn't give you, a one more step towards those boots. So giving your life there and giving a third kill over to Wukong, who is now incredibly fed 300 gold bounty, Trinity Force completed, just means the next fight at this dragon in 15 seconds, might I say, is usually going to be in your favor. Because yes, Wukong's had blown his Cyclone, But he's just so strong in the neutral game now with that Trinity Force completion. So if you are the side of Verdant, are you going to be looking to contest this? I just think you're going to find it really hard to fight the strength of this Wukong as it stands.
Yeah, and I mean, the interesting thing is, I feel like that's the second objective now where Podix isn't really playing with his lanes. You saw that first dragon. Yes, it was close and it did come off a steal, but Copy was stuck in the bot lane, no ability to move to help the objective. Similarly, Side Sprint almost got solo killed on the top side and objective being started on the grub. So disconnection here as the second dragon of the game. Yeah, as you mentioned, going to go completely uncontested as Cobby again stuck underneath the turret. And that's a free objective once more for Bulldog Academy.
They've pretty much got everything. And yes, there's 2 grubs over on the side of Verdant, but that doesn't really mean too much in the current state of the game when you're playing 2 scaling comps and you're given 2 Drakes over. Bulldog now have a great choice. They can, if they want to get a bit more farm into themselves, which they can. They've got those 2 dragons on the board. They then can decide, do we actually want to fight in 5 minutes? If they have to drop a dragon because mistakes are made and someone gets caught out, they can do that too. They're feeling pretty wonderful. And Pivel, the Serbian wonder kid, has come back into the league, and this is already a bit of a statement performance in game 1. He says, listen, I might have been gone, but I'm back now, and everyone's got to be worried. If you're Brod, you're scared. He did that to you last time. If you're Verdant, you're terrified right now because he's basically running you down. And Mumsoil is being chunked by Synapse again. It's just handbags at dawn, isn't it, really? Like, nothing should really be killing here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wet noodle fight, but actually, as we say, that Wormsoil's health bar is slowly decreasing as he does step forward. It's going to activate the all-out Podix actually nearby, so let's see if he can get there in time. Sign-Up Sprinter does have the health advantage, but that Cassante and the all-out does have an incredible amount of statistics.
Pibble!
Stepped away. Pibble has arrived just in time. Wormsoil still staying alive. Podix just doesn't have the damage to finish him off as Pibble now turns his attention onto Sign-Up Sprinter. That's another 2 kills. Pibble goes onto a rampage. Emperor's Divide onto Influencer as Pibble finishes off another kill as Wormsoil surviving still off the back of the Super Mega Death Rocket. That is 6 kills to 0. 100% KP from the jungler of Bulldog Academy.
And he comes in there, he can be Wormsoil's hero, baby. He comes in, knocks both of them, denies the knock-up from the Scion that would have almost definitely resulted in Wormsoil's death, by the way. So he saves his top laner, who manages to end up 1v1ing the enemy jungler. He then flashes over the shockwave, so that way he doesn't get caught out and actually manages to get the damage down and eventually kill Synapse. And then Influentix just there like, well, my team are all dead, I guess I'll die too. And now look at the score. 6-0. It would not be a perfect game just because of the 2 grubs that have been taken, but so far it's all coming up Bulldog Savonix. And where's the win con now coming from Verdant Academy? These are 2 team fight comps, but one of them has a disgustingly fed Wukong, and the other, who's recording right now, so he's going to come back with an entire Sundered Sky, or very close to. And there you go.
God.
There you go. He's 2 items
God.
at 14 minutes. Good luck, Jinx. I wish you all the best.
Oh my word, that's a 2-item Wukong, and if you look across the scoreboard, no one on the side of Verdant are anywhere close to being 2 items. And I mean, you talk about like where's this damage going to come from, right? You look at Orianna and Jinx; those are your damage dealers, but they're not really accelerated into the game. They're super far behind on Pivel, and he's gonna just ram his big monkey stick in their face. So I don't really know what Verdant Academy is supposed to do at this point.
Yeah, so they want to go for a reset heavy contra. They want to get, a shockwave with the Zinzao delivering it or the Rel delivering it, get 1 kill, get the Jinx reset, move on to the next. That works in an even game. But in a game where the enemy jungler is able to essentially, what I imagine right now, one-shot your ADC. I think if you are Bulldog, you can just pull the trigger whenever you feel like it. On, like, let's say the next objective, 1 minute 30 for the dragon. You can just go in, not with Reckless Abaddon, but you have so much strength on jungler, he will just kill 2-3 people, even if he does fall down. So Podix is here to cover a play, for example, top lane. He's here to take his drugs. He's here to make sure a dive doesn't come through onto the Scion. If you're Pivel, you're taking the Herald, then you're going, okay, well, I'll take the Herald. I'll then go clear my wolves. I'll then maybe go clear some other camps, and I'll go to the dragon, and you can't stop me. So if you are, oh no, you cannot be doing here, buddy. You cannot be doing this.
Yeah, Wormsoil in the 1v2, but looking extremely confident in doing so. In the all-out 1v3, I'll take you all on. Smallcon does sidestep away from that W. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to go wide. Wormsoil feeling himself in this fight, but a big shutdown actually ends up going into the hands of Cobby. If Verdant Academy needed something in this game, that is it.
Yeah, I mean, they've managed to get the shutdown into the one member that I think really, really needs that gold input right now, right? Like Oriana, for example, she's good with gold, but it isn't a Jinx. And we see here, Wormsoil, he tries to take this. He thought it was just a 1v2, just a casual 1v2 at 15 minutes, 16 minutes into the game. Influentic does cover his mid. That's so unlucky to not pick up that kill on the Jinx. If that is a 1-for-1, you'd almost say that is worth it because the Jinx would not be getting that kill. However, I don't think it really matters too much. He'll be back out on the map. He's got TP back available. He's just walking out top lane now. Drake's up again in 10 seconds, but already Bulldog are kind of here to make a play. They're looking to get pushing mid, and Influentic.
Yeah, they're looking for Influentic. Cyclone's going to go down onto him. Dredgeline to follow. Damage from Faulty doesn't look too good, but it's enough because this Wukong is absolutely huge. As Synapse Sprinter comes in with the unstoppable onslaught, Nautilus drops the depth charge onto 2 as Smallcorn is falling alongside his comrades, and it is just a bit of a stomp at the moment as we are in the mid game.
And you can just see here, I think it's not just experience that you're seeing from Bulldog Academy. I think you're just seeing in general them knowing, okay, we can just take these fights as Podex. He's looking for a Hail Mary play here onto Yastrom.
Yeah, and understandably so. It's looking pretty grim, but they are going for it indeed. Yastrom gonna flash away, but a big shutdown picked up by Podex. He can be happy with that. Unfortunately, Kobe has to pay the price as Faulty is gonna come down and claim his second kill of the game. Pivotal sees a dragon, but he also sees his camp getting invaded, and so he knows what to do as a jungle player. He's gonna go and defend those camps. He's gonna take down Podex in time, hopefully, as Wormsaw.
It's another 1v3!
Is this some TikTok challenge that we don't know about? The 1v3 in the mid lane and competitive, as Wormsaw is playing this one out once more. Influentic kiting back. He's gonna get a kill this time, isn't he? It's Smallcorn. Just about secures it as Influentic stays alive. Podex died.
Podex did cease to exist on the bot side there. I feel like I remember Casante doing these things like 2 years ago. I don't remember Casante taking this many 1v3s in the year of our Lord 2026. So it's very impressive he's able to pull this off, especially right there. Like, 3 members constantly hitting you and staying alive for that long. He knows how to play this champion. I mean, if you look at his account as well, this is a guy coming in with great experience on a number of champs. So it's not surprising he's showing proficiency in game 1. And Bulldog, they pick up that Drake. It's going to be an Infernal Soul, which, if there was damage already from this Wukong, he's going to be doing even more. Working towards what I'm assuming to be that Black Cleaver now third, which any a couple more kills, and he's going to be 3 items before before Soul Fight, which always feels really bad for any team having to face that. And if you are Verdant, you picked up a kill onto the Corki, and then another kill onto a Casante, and that's it. So it's quite hard right now to see an inroads here where, yes, Sion is scaling and getting lots of HP from his Soul Furnace passive. Yes, you're going to get Jinx with a little kills, but look what Jinx is having to itemize here, Savonix.
Oh, yeah.
He's having to go LDR second.
Yeah.
And that feels really bad in this kind of game where you would love to be able to get an Infinity Edge, for example, second, but you don't either have the gold income, or will that even do any damage to how tanky the members of Bulldog are?
Well, I definitely think the gold income argument's 100% true. The build path of Infinity Edge can be a little bit awkward when you're behind, but he does have that Lord Dominix, should help to get through the Nautilus and the Casante. However, Pivotal's just gotten stronger and stronger as the game has gone on. We emphasized his threat when he was 5-0. Now 7-0. We emphasized his threat when he was 2 items. He's now got 3. So this is only going to get worse. As I say that, Wormsaw is just going to bring some sign-up sprinter over the wall. He says, "Hello, Kakashi. I present to you a Scion." As Walcon's going to get him out of there. But yeah, I mean, it just kind of feels like Bulldog Academy are the ones playing the game, and Verdant Academy are just there to fill the space.
Yeah, they need to find an answer here somewhere, make a plan about. They're trying to currently match a lot of what Bulldog are doing, but Bulldog are just stronger. As you were saying, Wukong now 3 items at 20 minutes. Yeah, that's an incredibly fun interaction you're going to have with that Wukong. It's going to be great. You need to look, they're looking for plays, for example, the Corki, right? But there's already cover here, so you're not going to be able to make much happen through mid lane. It's hard for you to even contest objectives. I really do think you're going to have to try and just overload a lane and pick someone off and then hope that they start making mistakes of coming in one by one. Because if you just stand there 5v5 right now, as we were discussing and the desk were discussing in the draft, Cookie Cutter 5v5, they've drafted the same team comps. Who do you think wins, Savonix? A team comp, the same team comps, but one's, sat there with 6k more gold? Difficult call. I think it might be the one that's a lot richer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is hate it when that happens. It appears we have a game crash. So, I'll just ask you some thoughts. Thoughts on Bulldog Academy so far, because they've shown some good stuff.
Yeah, I had my own little personal tier list. I had Pivotal as, I think, the second best jungler. So we're getting back into the game, and wait, hold on! They're killing everyone!
Oh, what the hell is going on? Verdant Academy! I see Kobe's picked up a triple kill. I thought he's gonna go down as well. Okay. Okay, I mean, I'm going to keep going. Worm Soil is going to take Influencing over the wall, but he's going to get a blast code to safety. And if you told me 2 minutes ago that Verdant Academy were going to get almost an ace and the Baron, I would have told you you're crazy.
You know, these things happen to you. Hold on, Wormsoul's here. Never mind, Wormsoul's going to save the play.
Wormsoul is here. Kobe stuck in the pit. The barrier is available, and he's kiting behind the Baron. It's actually pretty interesting positioning. He's not losing HP. They're keeping the Jinx alive for now, but the knockup's going to come through. Wormsoul now is doing what he can to hold down this Baron, and Nautilus is going to get the kill onto Kobe.
He's killing them all!
The 1v3. Previously, it was just training for this moment. He was practicing, as now he is pulling it off. Fonty's going to come back to get the kill onto Tynat Sprinter. And, well, yeah, you are crazy, because they're not going to get the Baron. That one definitely, surely, maybe, potentially belongs to Bulldog Academy, as I guess I will have to keep...
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, it's another... You know what? We're here all about the on the UKEL. We're looking to get back into it as soon as we can. I mean, you never know. Maybe we come back in here, Pollux has stole the Baron. We don't know. We don't know. You don't know.
No.
We'll find out shortly, hopefully.
We'll find out shortly. Apparently, we're going to get a replay of something.
Something will happen. Okay, we're getting a replay of the fight that happened previously. We're just getting loads of spec crashes. This is a great start. So essentially, it looks like Sion TP'd in, humongous crash down coming out from Smolcon, and they end up cleaning it up with just enough damage to get jinx those resets. Okay. So I guess we're back here, Savonix. We're back, and we're seeing what we've already seen. And I guess I can just say Wormsoil is a beast. He's just played... He's been absolutely phenomenal so far, being able to lay this Baron.
Yeah, he's fantastic. And, well, as we are back in the game, take a strong assumption that Bulldog Academy secured that Baron successfully. And they're going for the push into the base, going through mid and bot lane here.
Yeah, and they're doing it quite, they're playing a 1-4 with them Wormsoul just, pushing a wave in, then looking to collapse, getting another wave in, and then looking to collapse as 5. If you are the side of Verdant, you got a miracle fight once. Let's see if you can make a miracle fight again happen. It was essentially a 5-man crash down, I believe, coming out from UKEL. So that, if they just don't let that happen, maybe Bulldog can clean this game out, get this game done cleanly. They're looking, Verdant. They're going to have to look for a play pretty much now. And otherwise, it's going to be a hard game to win.
Yeah, it's underneath the Sun Disc. Kasana Sprinter almost shrunk down to half HP, as tanky as he is. A lot of damage coming out of the carries of Bulldog Academy, I think. Yeah, as you said, Verdant, they probably want to look for something soon as the siege continues. Funny enough, it's probably worth mentioning. I actually do think Bulldog Academy's draft scales better with the Azir. So, yeah, I feel like Verdant Academy should probably... thoughts on them just sending it, Rob? What do you think?
Yeah, I quite like them sending it. I was going to say, obviously, I know you're an Azir lover. You're a man who has I remember you playing comp, my friend, and loving the bird.
There it is, thank you.
There it is. He's just a lover of Azir. He doesn't actually think he's better. He's just biased. I will say as well, Dragon did also go over, so Soul has been collected by Bulldog Academy. So now sat here with Infernal Soul and a Baron that I'd assume to be about half done. We didn't see exactly when it fell down, but they're now killing Podex. Good luck, Zinzao. Wish you the best.
Yep, good luck indeed. Podex
Ah!
is in danger. Wormsoil catches him out of the air. Smallcon's going to be the next one on the menu. Knock-up, not quite going to land. Bulldog Academy, I think, have done the damage. The jungler is down. Wormsoil is just going to walk through a turret. Is this Sung Jin Woo? Why is he just aura farming in front of Verdant Academy like that? He doesn't care. What an absolute monster we're seeing in the top lane.
He's coming in here again as a rookie, right? He's not been playing to my knowledge, much comper of any comp ever. He's now coming in with a champ pool that looks pretty good, and he's already showing a game one against a player that we've seen Synapse in this league before, and Wormslow is having a significantly better impact. Yeah, there's a slight CS difference. It doesn't matter. It's 26 minutes of the game, and this Cassante has been absolutely phenomenal, delaying the Baron and then just standing in front of 3 members multiple times and wasting their time as Bulldog. They've got the siege on in top lane. If you are Verdant, you've got to look for something, because at least Wormsword, he's a TP away, right? He's not complete at that fight now. It doesn't happen. They don't give you the opportunity. And it's just a slow, sad bleed out at the moment for Verdant Academy, who they've had a couple of good fights, some of which we did see and some of which we didn't. But they, at the moment, they need to find another miracle.
Yeah, it's kind of been the name of their game. I feel like Bulldog Academy have been the only team proactively looking for plays here, as Influentic gets the Shockwave down onto the Nautilus, but only to chunk him as the crash down into Magnet Storm. Not very effective. Funnily enough, Wormswell is strong, but Pivotal's like Thanos basically in this game, so any abilities headed towards his direction, pretty negligible.
Yeah, I was going to see if he finished his death stance. He isn't. He is only components of that now, but he is still almost on his 4th item. And they're back out on the map. If you are a Bulldog Academy, make sure your waves are sorted. 2 minutes, get some camps done. 2 minutes until Elder. Get the Elder, run in their faces, win the game. Don't allow another rail 5-man crash down into a 5-man shockwave. Let's just make sure we get this one done cleanly. You kind of need to show that against teams that I think Verdant Academy are around your sort of level, or at least one of those teams we had a lot of question marks over coming into the split. So securing these wins early is very, very important, especially because you've got one more game against them tonight, right? If you can get a clean 2-0 here, or get that 2-0, you should feel very good about your opportunity of getting playoffs, which has always been a dream of Bulldog Academy. Sign out Sprinter, he's quite on the top lane. He's quite tanky.
Yeah, very tanky, but they definitely do have the damage to get through him. Influentic does have that shockwave, and he's going to use it. Magnet Storm is looking good. Wormsaw chunked down to low HP. Crescent Guard's going to keep Podix alive for a now. Kobe, though, getting focused down by Pivotal, and that is a Wukong just having his dinner with the Jinx. Good defensive tools, but the dredge line from Kakachi's going to catch that Jinx out. 20 kills to 7 is the scoreboard right now, and as that Jinx is dead, going to give Bulldog Academy a free chance to push through topside.
10k gold lead, enemy ADC down, enemy jungler down, they're sieging. Can Verdant somehow make a miracle defense happen? Because right now, Wormsoul's got the reset. He's going to be able to TP back in. This could very easily be a game-ending push if they want it to be Bulldog. Unlikely they can just go double inhib and then back off to Elder, which I'm assuming is what they're now looking to do. But either way, if you are the side of Verdant, you've now got to come back into this fight or into the map, trying to reclaim some space. Pivotal is half HP. You have a chance, but they're just escorting their jungler out, Bulldog.
Yeah.
So now Elder's the Ion Elder, because there's a chance here for a product steal, because the Baron is going to die, right? Baron should fall pretty easily here, even if they try and contest. I think it's a hard contest to make. Pivotal's still half HP, by the way.
Yeah, Pivotal is low in Verdant Academy. I'm not going to lie, I am really desperate for you to just do something in this game. So hopefully, at some point, if they can find the angle, they will hit the trigger buttons. But pings towards the Elder Dragon. Pivotal and Kakachi have reset, so now could be a window of opportunity, but it doesn't seem like they're going to go for it. They're actually just starting up the Elder Dragon here in a very hesitant way. They're pulling it towards the banana bush. No fail control, as no ward has been placed into that banana bush, and I think Bulldog Academy, they can just take their time. Sign-up Sprinter planted towards that mid lane bush. Pivotal's now inside of the pit. The approach
He's looking.
has begun. He is indeed looking for an engage. Pivotal being extremely patient. Small cons crash down into Magnet Storm isn't very effective as the backline has been accessed. First kill going over to Kakachi for the team fight. Wormsaw just buying time in the back line. A shutdown has gone over to Influentic. Faulty hits some ghost with his Emperor's Divide, but it doesn't really matter because Bulldog Academy can just peel back off onto the Elder Dragon and should be able to secure this for free.
Yeah, Pivotal was very, very patient there. Didn't sit there and, just immediately dash on top of the Jinx and on top of the Orianna just to see if, I'll get a Cyclone, it'll be great. He does realize he's still quite a lot of damage here in addition to the Azir. Wormsaw went in, got picked off, but this gives Elder, and Elder almost guaranteedly secures Baron. And at that point, when you then have Wormsaw respawning, you can just take a slow fight in the enemy base and win the game. So it's going to have to be, again, let's see Verdant make a play happen, because they were right there to try and force the Elder, right? They were right there to start it up and force the side of Bulldog into you. But Bulldog came in a bit sooner than they'd really wanted, right? If you're flipping the Elder, there's a good chance you get that flip, Bulldog run into you, they all die to the Elder execute. But when they come in so early, pivotal over the wall, you have to cancel the objective, and you're playing a fight where you are just out, they're hitting you with their wallets. They're still 10k gold up, which is less important this late into the game. But they've got the Soul, they've now got Elder, they've now got Baron. So how are you actually making these fights happen again? Because I don't think you're going to see a Jinx reset kill 3 members kind of situation unless you get a great Shockwave.
Yeah, well, they are looking for something creative here. Wormsoil in the mid lane. They're starting to engage, and the Unstoppable Onslaught's not going to hit anything. Wormsoil actually is going to go down, and now they can actually hit the reset button. Maybe defend this bot side.
Yeah. That is a bit unlucky. I do think their Wormsoil, that might show a little bit of, less familiarity with comp. When you are a team like Verdant here in this situation, you do need to look for a pick, and we've got a history of people getting picked on mid lane in the UKL. So he should have known that, know your heritage, know your UK heritage. It's now going to be a 4v5. Wormsoil has actually done quite a lot in these team fights, so I do think it's quite hard here for Bulldog to end. This is the right time here for Verdant to look for a play, even into the Elder, because I think if Wormsoil respawns and TP's in, the Elder's still going to be up, or very close to being, gone, but still there. And it's going to be hard to play that 5v5.
Yeah, well, they do have the Elder Drake in their hands, and Smallcon posturing for an engage, but look at the damage that Faulty is able to put out on the Azir. 3 items on that Freeman Emperor. It's usually a pretty solid power spike, if I do say so myself. Not that I know anything about the champion. But the push into the base has started. Baron buff in their hands, Elder Dragon in their hands, probably running out, and I think Verdant Academy likely looking to wait for that objective to time out. But one Nexus turret is already going to drop. The front line positioned aggressively, but still yet to pull the trigger. I think they're waiting for the buff to go down. Bridge line has gone down onto Podex. The engage, the Cyclone onto 3 as Pibble obliterates the back line of Verdant Academy, sending them all the way back to the fountain. And just like that, it started how it ends, with Pibble at the heart of the success for Bulldog Academy.
And right there, you get to see this guy. He only got a couple games in the UKEL last, but this is why people rate Pivotal so highly. He's able to come into these games. He just looks incredibly strong at his early, finding these fights early on, finding a couple kills here and there. I would call it Lunkerfer-esque. If you remember when he first came into the league, he was able to he just have a very safe farming style, and then he'd be able to, pick up a couple kills on an easy skirmish early on and just run away with the game. Pivotal's able to do that here. And yeah, there's a few mistakes at the Baron, but overall, Bulldog had a really solid game 1. And this is what we want to see for a team that should now be striving for playoffs. No more will they escape relegations for the Dogs. It's got to be, can we be putting ourselves in the upper echelon of UK teams?
Yeah, and a fantastic season opener for the side of Bulldog Academy. Of course, this series has one more game left to play, so I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens there. So, yeah, don't go anywhere. And what is it? Is it desk break? Yes, desk. We'll throw it to the desk and they can break down that first game.
Hey, Rob.
Unreal.
Thank you so much.
Unreal.
What a game, gentlemen. What a game. You know what? Bulldog Academy, I'm holding my hands up. You saw that logo as my first prediction. I'm sorry I wasn't familiar with your game. I gotta be real. Be real. That was a bit of a snark.
Temporal. We all predicted them to win the first game. It's about game 2 where we really start asking questions. But yeah, pretty damn immaculate from Bulldog Academy. I feel like it was a game that definitely swung at a couple of moments, but I think pretty much from the beginning, I don't feel like Verdant Academy were really able to assert themselves on that game as much as they would have liked to.
Yeah. I was hoping for more. I was definitely hoping for more. Like the Xin Shao and the Jinx, I thought would be a nice pairing in the late game. And it unfortunately didn't unfold too much. Other than the couple fights around that, unfortunately we didn't see too much of it. But the Baron itself, that was surprising to see. Cassante just taking on whoever, whenever he wanted. That was stressful, but good to watch.
1v1, 1v5. Doesn't make a difference. He'll live for like at least 10 seconds, no matter what happens.
Therefore, it's worth.
So we do have some replays to go through as well. So production are gonna let us know when those are ready. Like right now.
Like right now. Whoa. And then with the stinger transition, that indicates that we are going into the replay. I'll have this first one. So this first one, it may take a while, so I don't know if we've got like fast forward technology for the early section of this, or we can shut the Benny Hill music on. But this is what a lot of people have come to love about top lane, just the futility of the role of the position and the disgustingness of the inhabitants of this absolutely diabolical part of the Rift. And you see the Cassandra there, he falls around about 20% HP, and he stays on that amount for pretty much the entire fight. Some other people go, hold on, these guys have been fighting for about the last 55 years, finally decide to show up, and this was a massive win for Bulldog Academy. Pivolge able to pick up Synapse Sprinter on the other side, and somehow this gosh darn Cassante stays alive. We've got Faulty turning up right at the end, scooping them back and getting an extra bonk for Pivolge. And to top it all off, the Jigsaw connecting right at the end, but not even getting the kill. And I feel like that fight summed up Verdant Academy's game in a lot of ways, because it felt so close so many times. We all saw the composition. Whoa, if they just press all of their buttons at the same time on the same guy, it goes well. But even so, the margins are so thin, and if you're not quite able to get over them, then the game ends up looking like this.
I think it kind of goes back to how their compositions were mirrored, right? They're trying to do the similar thing. So if you show up second to the lastminute.com Jet 2 getaway, you've done better. You've outsmarted your opponents. Now, we're going to have another replay in a second, Toast, and it is going to be that Baron fight we've alluded to. Take us through this.
Now, we're going to be kind of surprised by
Bear with us,
this was the on-stream experience, I believe.
Okay, so Sion's teleported in.
Yeah, Sion teleported in. We're seeing also the Rel kind of take over into the back line, diving in. It's just... And then suddenly Jinx comes in, damage going off, ult going on. It just all happens kind of at once. It's kind of hard to divulge what's happening, but then we continue to fight, continue to... they engage itself. Cassandra does get away once again with that 20% health, as we've been seeing. But they win the fight. They flip the fight. I think we do see later on that the Bard doesn't actually get one out. Cassandra taking on more fights as much as he can. 1v1, 1v2, 1v5.
He actually TP's back in here, and Cassandra
we're feeling good at this point. If we've won Academy as well. I think that's the key thing to remember, is that was a really big fight win. And then, obviously, after you win a fight post 20 minutes, you go, okay, we can get the Baron. And then this guy shows up again. You didn't kill him, and now he's back to hurt you. And Kobe, unfortunately, just doesn't have the HP to stand anywhere near this Cassante, frees him up to go down on the intimate. Yeah, Verdant Academy are coming over, but Bulldog Academy get the move over first. This Cassante is just way too strong. They do not have the health bars, and what looked like a great fight for Verdant Academy, as we saw in the first replay, turns into something quite tragic.
It's
honestly,
I think it goes...
Cassante permanently this 30% health bar, and I think he'd go fine for the rest of the match.
It's like an ornament. It doesn't go up, it doesn't go down. It just stays there. It's not moving at all. It kind of goes to show that even with all the shutdowns, like Jinx plowing through that team, they're still 4K back when that fight is all said and done. The lead from Bulldog Academy was pretty substantial.
That was the thing. It was a perfect storm, like initially, and do you know what? If you get the Cassante off the back of that, then maybe that Baron take is actually something that you can accomplish, but weren't able to do it. And you get a little bit too excited. I know it's the name of the Jinx passive, but you can't apply it to your macro play, because if you do that, then you go for the Baron, you can't finish it, and a win gets turned around in your face.
Talking of things being turned around in your face, Toast is the last replay. It is the setup in front of the Elder Dragon. Now, and maybe the bits before it.
At this point in the game, we're just expecting, like, Bulldog just have to massively mess up to lose a fight here. It was just kind of over before we even got halfway through the game. At this point, again, Jigsaw just complete misses. I forgot about that part. But what engage can we even look for here? Like Sion goes in, they're just gonna tank him down a little bit. The Rel can stay in it a little bit longer, but the Cassante is gonna stay alive for as long as the fight goes on twice over. So it's hard to do anything here.
Yeah, but I think, right, look at this if you're Verdant Academy. You've got first move onto the Elder Dragon. You've got the position in the river. That top wave is pushing towards you, but it is not in a dire state that you need to respond to yet. So you're actually feeling pretty good about this position. The issue is you're behind in gold. You're down the Infernal, so it means that you can't actually firmly hold this position, and Bulldog Academy can just walk into the river. I think it's really important to pay attention to the Cassante here because we see something really, really smart. Verdant, go onto the Nautilus, and instantly this Cassante is going into the backline, taking away the Orianna, taking away the Jinx, preventing these two big carries from dealing the damage that Verdant need. They just need that first kill to get a reset for the Jinx, and they take over the fight. They weren't able to find that here because of the play of this guy on the Cassante, and leads straight into a free Elder, and Bulldog could just clean up the game from there.
It was powerful, and for anyone who saw the shot of the scoreboard at the end of the game, that is Wormsole with top damage as well. Now, middle cut. Do you feel that's valid?
Well, like, all I'm gonna say is that if you go up to someone and you're like, "Oh, I've practiced this punch 1,000 times," like that's brilliant. If you then tell them you've practiced that punch 1,000 times on Wii Boxing, it's slightly less impressive. And I feel like this is what fighting a Sion is quite like. Like, you can just keep throwing hits, but really there isn't much resistance there, and you're kind of getting the damage in for free.
Talking of getting your next thing for free, we're ready for draft for game 2. Toast!
Ooh.
If we're going to see big pick changes, we're not fearless here, because the side selection completely skews it out of proportion. What do you want to see changed? What do you want to see from Verdant to maybe show a different sign of life?
I think maybe some like a bit of a more damage in the mid. I think that might be helpful. Not relying completely on the ADC. I like where they've gone for everything else. I like to see something else other than Cassante. I want to see more from Wormsole. See his kind of variety if he does have it. Support wise, I think they need to try and maybe pick the main engage because they kind of like, as I mentioned, like right in the beginning, they kind of like just lost it straight away. Nautilus is able to take the fight whenever he wants, and Vidal can only react when they can. So I think a little more, hey, we're going to take the fights when we can instead of reacting to the fights when they can.
Is that going to be Leona, a Nautilus of their own?
One would hope so, but I think I did see some Pike in there.
Oh,
I think that would be a little bit interesting.
I like the sound of that.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly,
God, you could come back. I like this guy. Oh, Leona, she's got lots of CC. No, we must kill people.
But no, yeah. From what I can see, they have like the likes of Alistair. They have some Rakan. Start, being able to do things like that. Like those heavy engages would be fun to do.
Excellent. Right, we are seconds away from draft. We'll get that on the screen when we. We're so close to ready. We're so close.
And you're telling people that we're really close to ready, but what actually people want is for us to be ready.
I'm ready. Are you ready?
Well, yeah, but like, there's immaterial because we're not ready. Like the whole thing isn't ready. You've anthropomorphized a progress bar. That's what you are. Temporal.
I've anthropomorphized a national league of children's game.
We're nearly there. We're on the way. No one cares. No one cares about the progress update. Do you know how many times these people have listened?
If you're putting the kettle on right now, you've got to be swift.
You got to be. Who's going to want to put a kettle on when they've got this riveting conversation to listen to?
It's the British. I absolutely think we could put the kettle on with like one hand, with like life-changing thing in your other. Like this draft. Okay, similar bands. We swap sides for our second game. Varus and Besamundo, a run back. However, Verdant, bit of a twist. Oh, and swiftly so.
Yeah, hold on. We have very quickly got through. So that Wukong is off the board. That was a big game changer from Pivol for Bulldog Academy. Already revealing the identity of this bot lane. Just be ourselves. You know, it's going to be very difficult for the Inara to step up to get CS against the Caitlyn, against the Karma. The way that you break this is that you get something that can just lock one of these champions down, you call for your jungler, and you just keep doing it. You can't play early pressure if you are in a deficit. So for Verdant Academy, we need to see some of that proactivity. We didn't necessarily get it from them last game in the draft or in the way it ended up playing out. The Rel worries me. This is a champion that can get bullied and pressurized in the lane, and you need to pair it up with something else in order to get those team fights started later.
Yeah, they so briefly hovered that Nautilus. I got really excited for a moment, hoping that they, were going to take the fight on, and Karma was going to have to be the one to react for a little bit. But now it's going to be a little bit more. I think they're going to wait for their jungler to come in. Maybe Rel will take a different position. Will now trying to engage the fights a little bit more, which is a little more dangerous on this type of character. The Aurora is going to be fun and interesting with those kind of AoE fights, big ult spit going on, and Faulty on the Nico, big AP fights in the middle. I think this could be exciting again.
Yeah, it's really rough for the Rel as well. Like, it's already difficult for her to get in. This is a champion that just can completely shut her down. And then, conversely, you look at the Aurora here for Influentic, can completely ignore, essentially, any CC that you're going to be throwing at him this way. And it's a threat that can go onto Yastrom. We didn't really talk about him last game because outside of lane, he didn't have to do all that much. But he was really, really bullying people. This pick for Verdant Academy has the potential to really make this Caitlyn's life a living hell.
All right, we're into the bans. Jungle is going missing from both sides. I kind of like the Verdant don't want target access that will punish Aurora for playing in her sort of edge of range where she has that such fantastic threat. Toast, we've got a setup that has to play fast from Bulldog Academy. Caitlyn doesn't fall off as much as she's used to, as much as like is maybe still in like the league player mindset where after the plates you have to have made a play. Those plates last forever now. The character scales and smooths a bit better, but you're still staring down Yunara Aurora. What's your goal for Bulldog in the second half?
I think they're gonna, depending on what this top lane is from Verdant themselves, it's gonna see how much frontline they get. But right now it is kind of, again, the pick and catch that we were doing in the later game where, or actually no, it was more what Verdant was kind of looking to do. But pick and catch, try and find the Yunara, try and find the Aurora. It could change with their jungle pick because they're not going. I think Verdant have kind of like predictively taken away an assassin because that is what you'd look for here, and Pantheon might be that. It's definitely going to be across the map, kind of AoE ulting. It could be interesting, I think.
What I love about this is it's just very easy lockdown. Onto this Yunara, onto this Aurora. Okay, we're playing the Fury. All right, I'm really sorry. But like, whoever's locking that in for Verdant Academy, because it is a flex pick, you're a bad person. This champion is silly. It's stupid. It's mean. It's nasty. It does more damage than most people know. Dodge that second Q like your life depends on it, because it actually does. But it introduces a bit of chaos, and I feel like that's what I want from Verdant Academy. Do some stuff differently. You tried to match Bulldog Academy like for like in terms of playstyles, and it didn't work. We've got a Raw, we've got Neferi, champions that cause chaos, that make it difficult to anticipate what's going to be going on in a fight. And I absolutely love pairing that up with the Ornn, a Synapse sprinter special if ever I've seen one, a tank with reliable engage who has never been ganked in his life. That is this guy's wheelhouse.
Yeah, I'm glad to see the Ornn because that's actually one of the higher picks I thought I'd see from Synapse himself. Or what was it before? It was Sion before. It was like it wasn't on his list. It didn't seem to be something he played quite a lot. Ornn should be a lot more reliable here from what I can see.
I'd hope so. One thing I'd hope so too is that Wormsoil knows what he's doing with this Olaf. This is feast or famine. To face that Ornn in the top side. If you push him out, great, but Ornn ult will still have the same knock-up duration, whether he's 0-0 or 0-15, and the Olaf definitely not. So the threat onto the Yunara is what this pick is going to bring, but an explosive lane that maybe we'll have to see if that one does get ganked. Holding around the corner. So we have our scene set from game one. We tried to play the same thing, and Bulldog found their way. Middle cut, is the Neferi really going to make up what Jintao couldn't do in game one?
It feels more Podex. From what I know of this player, which isn't a lot, is this is a guy who likes to play Rengar. like, I know that cats and dogs have had beef for a while, but I feel like the champion identity of Neferi is much closer to Rengar than something like a Jinzhou with. I feel like this guy's more comfortable. I feel like Verdant are playing champions that they're a bit more comfortable on. Am I going to give the edge to them? I'm going to not give you an answer because I can't honestly say one. But it's going to be more interesting. I think that they're in a better position to do something.
All right, Toast, last call, and it's got to be real fast. Bulldog had a pretty decent game one leading from the start. They're going to do it again? They're going to keep the ball rolling?
I'd hope not. I'm always one for I like to see competitiveness. I like to see both teams have it out. I'd much rather a long lasted fight game going on rather than a quick bulldoze. That's me personally.
All right, maybe not a bulldoze from the Bulldogs, a very different game too on our screens, but the very same casters. Rob Sovanix, over to you.
Thank you very much. A beautiful throw over from the desk. All right, Rob. So we quickly, before we went live, briefly mentioned the difficulty in which some individuals may have to be playing with on the side of Verdant Academy. So would you like to explain your thought process?
I think this is a great draft for Bulldog. Firstly, it's faulty Nico, which we know to be. I was surprised to see him on Azir last game, for example, because I don't think when I think of faulty, I think Heimerdinger Quinn, and then I think Ari and I think Nico. And so they've managed to pick up real comfort for the mid laner of the Dogs. I think Olaf into Ornn is a very good matchup for Olaf, where it's Wormsoil's second most played or third most played champion, at least when I looked at his OPGG and his solo queue stats. So he should have a very good time in that top lane matchup. Synapse isn't the worst Ornn, but it makes the matchup. It should be quite an explosive matchup, I'd say, and we should see Wormsoil, in my opinion, get the better of that. This bot lane matchup is going to be Caitlyn Karma versus Yanara Rel. So if you thought the bot lane of Verdant had it hard last time, they're going to have it even harder this time unless they get a lot of attention from Podex early on, because this Caitlyn Karma should just be destroying this bot lane unless there's some great engages and some good ganks. The only shining star I see here for Verdant on this draft is in the mid lane Influentic on the Aurora. Aurora can, if getting a lead, can start running around one-shotting people, getting good flanks, being able to get access onto Caitlyn, for example, one-shotting the ADC and moving on to the next one with the reset on the Realm Hopper. There's a chance here for an Influentic masterclass, but overall, I think if you took the draft as a whole, I'd much prefer to have Verdant's Bulldogs draft for the Bulldogs overall. And I think this could be a game where the Bulldogs do bulldoze.
Ooh, that was good. I really like the fact that actually, speaking of Yunara, you mentioned the Kate Karma in the bot lane. I feel like one of Yunara's weaknesses is the early game, and then you factor in the fact that Kate Karma has such a big range advantage. And I mean, factoring in the matchup alone, let's talk about what happened in that last game. We saw Verdant Academy's bot lane bleeding out, and it bled into the late game where, I mean, probably clearly looks like a good player. Otherwise, you're not getting a triple kill whilst being that far behind in a team fight. And so, I mean, we didn't get to see it, so maybe I'm just chatting nonsense. But I feel like they seem to be neglecting a little bit about the bot lane matchup, and I don't know if that's the best strategy right now.
Yeah, I think, questions will be raised if you're going to do it. This is the same draft, essentially, not exactly, because you have got a Neferi instead of a Zinzal, but it's a very similar draft to that game one, right? You've got a tanky top lane, a sort of AD bruisery kind of brawling jungle. You can go Assassin Neferi, but there's also a bruiser build as well. You've got a slightly higher burst with Aurora in the mid lane, but still kind of that mage in the mid lane. And then you're going to go for a hyper carry on the ADC and an engage support. If this is a 2-0 and it comes out that Bulldog can now play two different styles, you've seen the team fight, you're now seeing a slight difference with more like hands diffing in lanes, in my opinion. I do think it could be a thing of, okay, well, is Verdant not giving enough agency to individuals to make plays in their games? And people usually question, for example, the lack of engage on the side of the Bulldogs draft. I don't think that matters. I think you've got faulty Nico, and I think you've got an Olaf with Karma speed. So I think you're going to be able to find fights where you want them to be, in my opinion. So if you are going to end up trying, the only saving grace is, again, Influentic could maybe help Yanara get kills. This bot lane matchup is going to be very rough. Play through mid, maybe as Verdant, get push in mid and then make a 4-man play bot. But you're playing against Kate Karma, who's going to be shoving you in the entirety of the early game. And we saw what Pivotal did to Podex in that previous game, and it wasn't pretty, in my opinion. That's a lot of P's, but there's only going to be one W, and it's going to be on the side of the Dogs.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you. I do think that the Dogs have a draft that suits them very well, and I think the side of Verdant Academy, I think what's kind of unfortunate about that first game is like it's good to see what are the strengths of this team, what can they do well, what are their weaknesses from a broadcast perspective. And I feel like because you just go for this head-to-head 5v5 comp and you just kind of got outclassed, very difficult to actually see, anything from this Verdant Academy side. Are you seeing the light? Is Jesus just appearing on the screen?
I think I finally seen the light. I don't know what that was. That's what I don't. Suddenly, I'm going to heaven from watching UK League of Legends.
Yeah, Wormsaur's Cassante just appeared on your screen. It's just like, oh!
He is the savior of UK League, as it turns out. We've been missing him all these years. Nah, I just, man, I think I just want to say say a little piece on the Dogs. I just think that they need to pick up wins in this. But I think they need to show that they are a mean business. And I think this is how they start doing it, by showing multiple styles. I hope they keep their players, because again, Pivotal disappeared about 3 games into last split to go play an ERR1 because he was that good. So hopefully they do keep him as we go into this game 2 rather. Like, I hope he sticks around for more than just this series.
That would be nice. That would be nice. And I'm sure the Dogs would appreciate that too, as we are headed into the second game of this series. It's not a best of 3, it's just the 2 games. So, Verdant Academy have a good opportunity to even up the score. Now, of course, first game was quite dominant. What adaptations do you think should happen in this game so that Verdant Academy don't get stopped?
Again, I think here, your top matchup should be very hard for the Ornn to play as it goes on. He's gone Phase Rush, which is a bit of, a macro special, into these harder matchups where you just do the sort of hit and run tactic on the Ornn. But overall, if you're looking down the draft, Neferi and Aurora playing through that mid jungle 2v2, Faulty can make a lot of mistakes, or faults, if you will, in mid. Maybe now, hold on, there's already a fight happening in bot lane.
Yeah, we saw this in the first game. Cobby being chunked out already. I think different to the first game where it was a bit even, this time around there's a definite winner in the 2v2 trade.
Yeah, and you can see here, look at the top matchup. Silent Sprinter, despite going for that phase rush, it's level 1 hard to proc it. We've taken a lot of damage in that 1v1. I was going to say, mid jungle, punish Faulty, get Influentica lead. Make sure you can then transition that towards getting your Nara kill. So push through mid and then look for plays onto bot side, maybe onto objective for the pushing Caitlyn Karma. However, that's going to be a very hard thing to do if your bot lane is already being chunked incredibly low. There's a big, potion difference not really happening in the bot lane here so far. Both ADCs have used theirs, but you'd imagine as this lane goes on, it becomes harder and harder for the bot lane of Verdant to make things happen until they get against their jungler. And Pivotal is also clearing down. So, hold on. You're clearing away from this lane. I've just noticed. I'm completely blind. Podex is going to help his bot laner, which I think might be a bit of a mistake. I think he's sort of letting his bot lane to the wolves, and he's meant to be the wolf on the Neferi, so I don't know how that's going to go
down. Yeah, I'm very, very scared for the bot lane. The Unara Rel already suffering, and not getting any help from the jungle is going to be tricky.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. And I think, there's obviously not a dive potential, but I think you can't really put the Olaf in the dust in this matchup. There's never really a point where Ornn suddenly becomes this Olaf killing machine. It's okay early on, and then level 6 happens, and then you can never see C-Lock chain him again. He just sort of runs you down. And so, if you, as you see here, as the observers are showing as well, there's a ward down here for Wormsaur, so he is going to stop. Wormsaur's already going for the fight top.
Whoa, Wormsoil almost getting the solo kill onto Synapse Sprinter, but Podex is coming around. Wormsoil not exactly healthy himself, having to use the ghost to back out. An early scare. Well, to be fair, Synapse Sprinter almost died, but look at the summoner spells. Wormsoil, Flash and Ghost is down.
Yeah, I think overall, you do burn both combat sums, and you don't burn anything on the side of Synapse. But it still shows how scary this matchup is for the Ornn, who's getting his reset off now, but Wormsail is already out on the map, so the difference in having TP early not really going to matter too much. And this pathing now by Podex, he's going to maybe look for a play onto bot side here. He's got his Krugs up. Let's see if he can somehow, make something happen to save his bot lane, because right now, look at the CS difference. It's starting to build already, Savonix. I called you Synapse. That's not your name. Savonix. And it's going to get harder and harder for them to play.
Actually, I'm going to zoom one trick, not an Udo one trick. Let's not get it confused yet. Anyway, yeah, it is going to get harder for the bot lane. CS lead is already growing, and I mean, we talked about what the weakness of this Unara champion is. It is in the early game. It is the fact that you do suffer from range advantage if it's picked on the other side. And Yazstrom on the Caitlyn definitely has range advantage. 27 CS to, 37 CS to 27. 4 minutes into the game, this will just grow accumulatively over time. And again, doesn't seem like Codex is interested really to give any assistance.
No, he seems just, he's just full clearing into full clear. He tried something top, I guess, got the summoner, and that's about it. In this mid matchup as well, you're seeing that Nico is actually having a good time with this, which is what you kind of expect. You can't really play too aggressive as Aurora in this matchup because you're always in threat of just being rooted and bursted by this Nico. And Faulty knows how to play it as well, so you've given over a lot of confidence over to the mid laner Bulldogs, which many people see as the weakest member on this lineup. So now, is Podix he needs to do something. I know that sounds ridiculous, but he needs to actually, instead of just farming, I feel like if you're in a neutral game state, I think you're favoring Bulldogs as this goes on because of how many leads they should be building through bot and through top in these matchups. So is he going to just go top again here? Is he just looking to put Synapse in ahead on this Ornn? It looks like it.
Yeah, definitely could be the case as well. So in a 1 versus 2 against Synapse, Sprinter, and Podex, and just like that, Podex is going to get himself that first blood. Much better look for Verdant Academy as Smallcorn roams into the mid lane. That is a clone, ladies and gentlemen. So they will not be able to get anything from that.
No, and I will say that's good by Podex to get that kill on himself. I wouldn't have given that over for all the tea in China. I would not have given Podex given over Synapse that kill. So it's great to see that the Nefaria's on the board. Shadows of our previous MVP of spring last year, Karina, on that dog. Going towards that Profane Hydra. Now, though, Bulldog are picking up this first dragon. Podex is a bit later here, having gone for that gank. He's looking for a play here. He's not level 6 yet, but they're looking for a play onto Yazstrom. It's going to be hard to pull it off. The wave is pushing in here, but there's no support for the bot lane of Bulldogs.
Yeah, absolutely not.
And calling it off.
Yeah, calling off the players. It's slow early game. I think first dragon going over to the side of Bulldog Academy is definitely a positive. But I do want to ask, in terms of scaling, who are you favoring in terms of... No.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, fine. In terms of scaling, who do you favor in terms of the 2 teams?
I think many people would sit there and say, well, you've got, like a very easy to play team comp for Verdant, right? You've got the Ornn, you've got the Aurora, you've just put down a circle and put down a straight line and hopefully that everyone gets knocked up and CC'd and killed. I think it's actually going to be, although easier for Verdant to play, I think if you are Bulldog, you have a lot more avenues here of like making it happen later. I think Caitlyn overall can be incredibly strong in this game. It's hard, for example, for Neferi to play really far up unless you're very fed because Caitlyn headshot. She's just very strong actually on the current match. You see her picked up a lot, right? We see her in a number of higher tier leagues being picked now into the Inara matchup because she's able to sort of make the early lane very hard and then get 3-4 items online, headshot someone, instantly kill them, and then move to the next. And I just think overall, for me, Bulldog scaling on paper is worse, but I think how they want to play the game out, it should be easier for them to play as the game goes later. As long as the leads that they should be accruing get accrued.
Absolutely that. And looking at Yazstrom, securing himself a very healthy CS lead down on the bot side. Verdant Academy, I will say, I think I really like what Podex has done there in the top lane gank, but very, very slow-paced game in the second one. And weirdly enough, I feel like there's less action in this game in comparison to the first one, despite that first draft having 2 kind of scaling teamfight comps.
Yeah, it is a bit of a pivot, right? Like, usually you see teams when they're going for these. Remember, these are best of 2s in inverted commas, but essentially 2 best of 1s back-to-back with no Fearless. It's strange to see teams pivot so far away from what they maybe have practiced in scrims, which would have soon to be this team fighting. As Bulldog, they're here on the map. They're here for the grubs. Kakachi's in a pretty awkward spot here by himself.
There's a lone Karma hanging around. Podex has already taken 2 of the grubs, but the Grand Starfall is going to come in from Pebble. He's focused his attention towards that Neferi, but Kakachi's going to go down. Podex has been off on the dog as he dashes away from Faulty. Big damage coming up from Influentic. Gets the reset on the W and gets himself out of there. Beautiful stuff from Verdant Academy. That's showing a much better early game.
Massive mistakes from Bulldog, but great for the side of Verdant to capitalize. We see Kakashi walking in a bit early. He doesn't have, for example, he's waiting for his jungler, right, the Grand Starfall to come in from the Pantheon. His top laner had not followed his lane opponent down, so Synapse was already there at the fight. Influentic, at that time, looked a lot stronger, right? Is able to get the burst onto Kakashi and also pick up the kill on Faulty as Smolcon.
Yes, he's not using the flash and he's holding it for now, but he's almost dead and it is going to eventually drop. Yazstrom flashing forward to right-click him in the face and get himself his first kill of the game.
I think Smolcon there really underestimated how much damage was going to come through from the side of Bulldog Academy, because I think that you just have to flash. You already end up burning it there as well. Let's not forget he burned flash anyway and died. So I think a bit of a mistake from the support of Verdant. It's good for the side of Bulldog to actually find something off of what was a really poor hold on us. Okay, he's alive. Yeah. He's fine. He's fine. He shouldn't die here anyway. With there not being the any ultimate available for the Aurora. Okay, Bulldog find a fight. They managed to pick up a kill, get it onto the Caitlyn. That's a good start. Storm Rays are now completed. As if you look at the side of Verdant, the kills are where they also want to be. You've got 2 onto Influentic, 1 onto Podex, which means now it's going to come the case of the stronger members of Verdant now need to carry their weight. It now needs to be Influentic, who has finished a Malignant. It's not the most common Aurora build you at least see in solo queue, is more common in comp, gets more ultimates, more team fight chances, but it does have to be that mid laner who has such a storied history in esports. Influentic, he's played in NLC Div 2, for example, 42 Gaming. He's played on many other rosters. I think, was it Fourth Wall as well back in the day? He's played on a lot of different teams. Might not be Fourth Wall, but still, a lot of different teams in the space for a very long time. It's great to see him come back. He needs to show that heritage, show that history, and actually now carry a game. Because if you look at the rest of the map, Cobby's having a rough time. It is only 10 CS, but still having a rough time. And if you look in top lane, there is more of a lead now, you'd say, for goal for Synapse Sprinter, but this lane still gets progressively harder as it goes on for the Ornn.
Yeah, definitely does. And yeah, on the side of Influentic, it's a really good, interesting story. And I know he was in talks with potentially joining a few teams in the previous split, actually, and it just didn't really quite find a roster to land. And so it's great to see him back. And speaking of, a dragon has been started up. Pivotal's going to secure that one using the E defensively, but Between Worlds by Influentic has been dropped on the ground, and it's a killing spree for the Aurora as Smolcon survives the ace in the hole. And Rob, you mentioned you need to see Influentic drop a 1v9 performance. It is kind of looking like that right now.
Yeah, it really is. Able to get there first, the side of Verdant to support, to pick up, to force that jungler of Bulldog to get away from the dragon. He does end up picking it up, but still gives his life for the trouble. You are seeing now first items completed across the board. And Influentic, he's the one now with 6 stacks on the Dark Seal. That's a tongue twister if I've ever said one. And now, let's see if he can now transition this lead towards helping his top laner, who is, again, slowly it's being whittled down as... Let's see if Ornn actually ends up winning this one. It should be unlikely with the Olafag Ragnarok available and both summoners, but he's now walking away. And let's see if he can also help his bot lane. That's the big thing here. I want to see Yanara get online, Savonix. I want to see this champion who is so strong in the current meta. Once you press that Transcenders button, it's 15 seconds of absolute hell for the enemy team. I want to see her playing the actual game, because at the moment, you've only got really one member on the side of Verdant who's decided to log into League of Legends today, it would appear.
Oh my god, that was brutal. I mean, yeah, I would love to see the Yanara activated into this game, but I mean, Yazstrom has already got that Storm Razor completed. It's going to be really difficult for Cobby. I mean, we talked about the disadvantage in range. It's not going to get any easier with that Storm Razor completed, and I think paired with the fact that you've got a Rel into a Karma, of course you can find engage angles, but it's not going to be the easiest. Almost would say it relies more on a mistake from Kakashi than an angle that opens up for Smolcon. So, yeah, I mean, as long as Bulldog Academy maintain this level of play, which they seem to be doing, then I think the Unara will find it difficult. With that being said, Influentic is definitely the main threat. Gold is kind of even though, and I'm assuming a lot of that is down to the dragon. So it's not exactly like Verdant are ahead in this game.
No, it's only 500 goal lead, and again, most of that is going to be on the mid lane matchup you'd see here, and it is going to be a case of where is the gold now being accrued on the side of Bulldog, because Pivel's not had the same impact he did on that in that previous game on the Wukong. Now on the Pantheon, he's just not quite been as active and picked up as many kills, and so he is nowhere near as strong. This time last game, Savonix, we were talking about a 2-item Wukong, and we were scared. But now it's a 1-item Pantheon who's just got Sunder Sky and a sword and a Ruby Crystal. It's nowhere near that kind of strength that we saw in game 1. So, man, if you are. I just want to see one good fight from Bulldog in this game, because I think you've got so much comfort. You really should be showing that your prowess on these champions. However, props to Verdant, because the next dragon, which we haven't got the timers on the screen, but the next dragon fight I think will be crucial to see if Verdant do have a hope in this game, because if they are able to shut it, there you go. Thank you, production. It's 1 minute 50. Let's see if Influentic can use his influence on the game so far in 1 minute 45 seconds time to get a great dragon fight down with an ultimate one-shotting maybe Yazdrom, who's now moved towards topside to get some more plates for himself. You see the side of Verdant. They're looking to make a play here, Savonix.
Yeah, Call of the Forge God has been called upon onto Kakashi. Pivel's holding back 3 down in the river. Podek's going to use the ultimate focus down onto that Karma and is going to tick off Verdant Academy, dominating this fight off the back of the Nefaria. Double kill has been secured for the jungler as a triple comes in, and it's a stomp towards the top side, initiated by Synapse Sprinter and Small Con. And Bulldog Academy fall. Cobby is dead, though.
Cobby is dead, so there is at least a turn back around there for the dogs. I will say, everyone that was there for Verdant, other than Influentic, who's now dealing with Wormsoil on the bot side, and that was just a great trigger pull coming out from Silent Splinter, recognizing we have more members here right now. Faulty is not going to be in this fight. Let's make sure that we actually get some kills on the board early on in these situations, as you also see the damage from the Neferi. This champion might have fallen a little bit out of meta, but there's still an awful lot of damage to go around on that champ when you are, playing this profane build, for example. None of that bruiser nonsense on the Neferi, full assassin this game for Podex. Getting the access onto Kakashi, blowing up the Karma, then second reset on that ultimate, getting that onto the Caitlyn just means you have so much access onto these squishy backline members. Big fan of how Verdant are actually playing out this game, because I think they are recognizing we shouldn't be ceding ground like we did in that last one. It felt like they gave up a little bit early on, to be honest, Savonix, in that previous game. And right now, they're fighting tooth and nail for every inch of the rift, as Herald crashing in mid. There are 4 members now around mid lane. You've got Influentic as well. Is going to be around there. It's 5 in total here for the Dragon. Bulldog, they may have got the first 2. They're not getting this third.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Podex has had a great resurgence in this series on the second game, and I think on the Xin Zhao, it looked slightly uncomfortable, and it was talked about on the desk, the Fury, the dog, closer to the champion of a cat. But, I mean, funnily enough, Rengar and Neferi are similar champion styles, and so maybe for Verdant Academy, this is kind of like a nod towards, let's put some damage dealers, let's put a carry on our jungler, don't put him on a facilitator bruiser, and this could be the consistent look of Verdant Academy.
Yeah, and I do also like here the Serpent's Fang pick up as well, right? You'll be able to shred that Karma shield, which does get so ridiculous late game. Olaf has a shield as well. It does mean, because he's got that, he had so much extra gold, income, he's able to itemize that without sort of punishing himself too much. Great to see Podex is sort of adapting here. So many chat players just, default to the standard build they see on Lolalytics or something. So it's shout out to him. And now, can they use this very strong mid-jungle duo to maybe force something on the map? As we see here, Bulldog, they're pushing in mid and they're pushing in top. So even though Verdant are the ones, what we'd say would be in the lead, they're actually not. Look at the gold. It's 400 gold, 500 now in favor of the Dogs, who, despite having a poor fight in the top lane and giving up that dragon, are actually in the advantage right now here, Savonix. As Smolkon's walking in, taking a lot of damage for the trouble.
On face, checking the bush, but Pikachu has been caught by the stun. Podex is going to go forward. And Copy's gonna pick up another kill. Yazdrom in danger. No flash barrier available, but not gonna get used. That Neferi is doing so much work on the Rift right now.
So much damage. I mean, if you are Pivel here, you can try and fight this. There are members who could come and support. Podex is going to take your jungle in front of you. Pivel, this isn't your jungle anymore.
No.
Never mind, he takes it. They gave it up. They gave it up because Wormsaul's coming in. It's a bit of a risk. This is kind of interesting because I think here that if you are Verdant, I don't think it's actually that big of a risk for you to try and just fight over whatever camp you want. Because I think you are so strong at the moment. This Olaf, yeah, sure, like, he's okay. He doesn't have Ghost, for example, available. So he's not always going to be running you down in that scenario. And you have like assistance of Synapse who could walk down and just throw the Orn ult down to maybe peel off Pivotal. So I think they could still be playing even more aggressive here from Verdant. But I am very happy with the look that they're showing so far as we see the gold lead. 2k gold lead in the jungle. In bot lane, it's nowhere near where it needs to be. There is a 1.1k gold lead in top for the side of Bulldog. But overall, the members on the side of Verdant that, didn't really have the greatest game on. I don't think we'd say Podex played wonderfully in that first game. He's now really showing up in this game too, where, again, it isn't you don't get a draw out of this. It is just you get a win, you get a point on the boards. And at the end of the day, every point will matter as it comes towards seeding for playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite an exciting game. And I mean, talking about the off-season, a lot of new roster changes, I feel like one thing that hasn't been talked about so much is I love the middle of the pack teams that we have in the UKL because there's so many new names. I mean, look across the board: Cobby, Smallcon, Yazstrom, Worm, Soil. All these names are new. It's exciting to see, and it's difficult to really get a gauge until we watch them play. And off the back of the first game, you'd think, all right, Bulldog Academy, they are really, really strong as a roster. But then coming to the second game, Vernon Academy are fighting back with their own strength. So I love to see the middle of the pack fight between these two teams. And speaking of Podex is getting caught out, but can just flip away as that Neferi. Bit of a nimble sardine, if I might say so.
Yeah, very frustrating to play against, right? Has the ability to jump over walls as well as go immune for a short period of time. Makes it very annoying to actually shut her down. Let's not forget as well, she's about to jump in here and essentially one-shot anyone. She's now on three items, which we were praising Pivotal for the last game. He's now sat here with 3 of his own Podex, and he will one-shot any of these squishy members. Caitlyn, who was having a great game early on, has kind of stagnated, right? We saw not an early Stormraiser, but a Reezy time Stormraiser. Doesn't have the Infinity Age, which I'm assuming Astrom is now going back to finish. If you are Bulldog, you don't want to be making too many mistakes in the sense of, like, don't push up too far in mid as, like, a 2. You're now going to need to cover because Podex is very much an assassin doggy, isn't he? And he's going to run in and kill anyone that's squishy. You need to bring members. You can't let your bot lane leave them to the wolves, right? Quite literally. And on the side of Verdant, I think you kind of get some more aggressive vision down. Look where Verdant's vision line is, for example. It's mostly in their side of the map. I think a bit more aggressive vision, walking together. That way you can look for the picks that your Neferi is going to easily be able to bring up because she's just going to one-shot anyone that's on the screen that's a squishy and go from there. There are still questions about how Verdant's playing because they are still playing quite defensive despite having what I'd say is a significant lead as they're going in.
Yeah, they are going in. Call the Forge God is going to get used. Pivotal now retreating back as Kakashi is just one shot by Podex. Influentix going to use the Between Worlds and hop back and forth as he now arrives into the back of the line. But Faulty on the Nico. Welcome back to the series as it looks like Bulldog Academy are not going to go down without a fight. Podex and Synapse Sprint are still alive with that fed Aurora. The Dragon is standing strong as Yazstrom now connects with the rest of his team. Reset is being channeled by the Orn, and they could be conceding this objective. Influentic has been jumped on. Yazstrom tilts over Peacemaker, not going to land as he kites towards the top side. Wormsoul now fighting Podex on that pixel bush.
He's killing him!
Win it. It's the Norse god of Valhalla as Wormsoul is showing what he's about, living up to the hype. Bulldog Academy, they are back in this game, and look at that gold lead. It belongs to them.
And this is the exact fight you're wanting to see because Verdant pulled the trigger. They're the ones saying, we want to go in first. Smallcon jumps in there, crash down Magnet Storm. And it looks pretty good at the beginning for Verdant, right? Like Podex is able to get on top of Kakashi, blow up that support, then get onto Yazstrom, who just barely survives, flashes out of the Aurora ultimate. And then they just clean up the fight, kill by kill. Faulty gets a great Pop Blossom, by the way. Really excellent play from the mid laner coming out of Bulldog Academy, who, again, I think Faulty, as much as people meme on him sometimes for his Heimerdinger, I do think this guy sometimes has pop-up moments on the Nico, and he's showing one there. And if you are the Dogs, you felt like you were losing a bit of control. You got a bit back earlier on, and suddenly you're sat there again with a dog running around killing your bot lane. And now you're on Soul Point. So in 4 minutes, they've got to fight you on that dragon. Wormsoil as well, by the way. He's now 4-1-1 on the Olaf, 2 items completed. Once he gets this Death Dance finished, it's going to be very hard for Podex to actually, do what he was trying to do there, which is kill him, as Podex is caught out in his own jungle.
Yeah, Podex caught out. Bulldog looking to build on their momentum off the back of that one dragon fight. Small sign up Sprinter looking to defend inside of their own jungle. Pings are going down. I don't know if a fight is going to break out here. It seems like Podex will just escape. Baron is up. Probably the threat for both teams.
And it was quite. I was just thinking about this. I was saying, Influentic, you know, he got those 3 kills early. He needs to be active on the map. He needs to really show up here. He's been very quiet since picking up those first 3 kills. That's painful. That's very painful for Smolcon, blowing the Magnet Storm and not getting anything for it. But they are moving to Baron here. They have first track. They're just getting vision. They're not going to start it. But yeah, as I was saying, I think Influentic, he's now in a spot where he needs to. He's not pushed his lead. Look at his items. He was very soon on the Malignance, had a 6-stack Dark Steel. Those sacks are gone. He's not finished his second item, and it's now 24 minutes into the game because he's had to go towards a Shattered Arm. And now what is a Shattered Arm Guard? Itemization feeling rough for the other members of Verdant. Only Podex is really the one who's in this game, but there is a 3-item Yanara.
Yep.
Saving graces maybe for Verdant.
Yeah, I mean, talk about Yanara, right? As the difficult part has been dealt with, and Faulty is almost dead in the bot side. Actually, Call of the Forge God has been called on Kakashi. Again, that target knockout's going to come through. Almost
Podex
finished off. Podex almost being taken down, but Kobe now starting to do the damage on the 3-item. Yanara Wormsoil charges forward, but with no backup, it's going to get a shutdown onto him. And this should just be Verdant Academy looking towards the Baron.
Yeah, so out of almost nowhere, Verdant Academy come up with the play. It's honestly, you could see what Bulldog were thinking. You know, we want to fight back for that vision that they've put down there, but they hadn't swept, for example, the wards behind them. You can still see here, you know, plenty of vision available for the side of Verdant. They know, well, Influentic's just almost one-shot Faulty in the bot lane, so he's not going to join the fight because he's got to recall. I can just have my mid laner join if he needs to with his TP. That's fine. And then if you aren't all together and you don't have an Eco Ultimate available, it's actually quite hard here for Bulldog to separate the fight in the way they want it to go, because as members flood forward on both sides, that's where the Eco Ultimate shines and separates the fight with a huge area of damage and CC. That was rough for the dogs. Yeah, the Olaf tried his best. Wormsoil tried, but he didn't have summoners up at the time, and now he does. So maybe in the next fight he can try and run the dog down, but it's still going to be hard. I think if you are Verdant here, you're starting to realize if we pull the trigger first, it can be rough if we don't know where the members are, but if we do, we win every single fight. And that Yanara now is getting closer and closer towards late game hyper carry territory if we're not already there. You know, going towards that Lord Dom's. They're going again on Kakashi. This guy's had a horrible game.
Yeah, Kakashi caught out once more on an enchanter. Positioning is important. Yo, whoa, what the hell happened to that Caitlyn? As Faulty finally arrives, that second big pop blossom of the game. This could be turned around on its head. Actually ends up being a 2 for 2. And when you consider you're taking Barons out of the enemy team, I think Bulldog Academy won't be too upset about that as the fight's still going forward. Oh! It's going to finish off Influentic. Kobe now on the retreat. A Smallcorn will sacrifice his life. Not just 2 Barons gone. That's 4 down as Kobe could follow good sidestep. Well, not really a sidestep. I think Wormsaw was just kind of missing these axes. Oh God. Wait. It's his debut. We can forgive that, right?
Yeah, I mean, overall, though, I think he's made a great game. You know, missing 3 axes, I think he's allowed to do that for having those 6 kills on the board. Kakashi's had a really roughy, puffy, lemon tuffy kind of game, hasn't he? He's been jumped on at every opportunity by the dog, and it's really not gone his way, as he's not been able to do what Karma's like to do. Spam out those Mantra E's in fights over and over again. He's barely even been able to get 1 down in a fight before he's blown up by Neferi. So hopefully the next fight they can have all the members there, because that was Bulldog responding to Verdant's play again, and it then ended up being in favor of the dogs. If the dogs can be there as 5 members with their waves sorted on sides, they should be looking to have a much cleaner way of playing these fights, because at the moment I feel like we've seen the same play happen again and again with the bot lane being caught out. So let's try and not make that happen if we want to end up picking up this second win. Again, every win matters when it comes to a double round robin, or a best of 2 double round robin kind of thing.
What's the Tesco saying? Every little help. Yeah,
exactly.
Similarly, Kakashi, every little helps, and I think
he's helping Verdant Academy more than his own team this year. I feel like, you know, Enchanter gameplayers tend to be more difficult to play than engaged supports for this reason. You overstep on vision clearance and get caught out, and it's big trouble. But Influentic, fancy feet jumping between worlds to dodge away from the Pop Blossom, goes into the Zonias and finishes off that kill in style.
Yeah, this is where like a champion like Aurora, well, a champion that is Aurora is so good. On these side lanes, she has an awful lot of burst damage, right? So if you are a squishier mage like a Nico, who to be fair has now finished the death cap, so is going to be threatening the team fights, but it is someone who can just sort of one-shot an enemy mage. It happens pretty commonly once you get those levels in her abilities, and Faulty feels the wrath of Influentic. They are now down a member. They have to be careful here because Verdant have been willing to just fight over anything, and they are down, I think, their main peel tool. Let's not forget as well, by the way, that the soul did go over to Bulldog. It is Chemtech. It's not the best soul in the game, but it will mean that maybe they can survive an extra 0.1 of a second against the Neferi combo if you are the Karma or the Caitlyn. But either way, it's better that than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And put a bit more respect on the side lane, because I think so far we haven't seen... We saw Influentic have a lot of impact early.
Yeah.
And now it dwindled. Now he's back. Can he have impact in these fights? You know, Faulty still can always have a great Nico Pop Blossom, and it doesn't seem that conditional compared to Influentic's pop-off. So I just want to see Verdant's mid have impact in this game, because I think it's still hard to close out unless you are winning a 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big issue at the moment, right, is Influentic, as you said, start the game 3-0. We fast forward to the 30-minute mark, and he's 4-3, so not much impact built off that early game. But however, I think Codex has put in a strong performance. Now the Dogs, they have the Chemtech Soul. It's a really powerful fighting tool, and it could pose some difficulty. But I think the key here for Bulldog Academy, Faulty on these Pop Blossoms, has been clutch.
Flash is back up as well for Faulty. So he is, and he's now sat here in the bush as a minion, hoping to catch someone out maybe in rotation. Baron is up in 35 seconds. We'll see if the Dogs want to contest or if Verdant are going to start it. I think it's just going to be a dance. Don't forget Baron, I think we've forgotten this. Atakan used to be the one that shreds resistances. That's back now on Baron. And so any team that starts the Baron is unfortunately, going to be at that sort of disadvantage. That makes it quite hard to then take the fight afterwards. You really want to look for a fight before or quickly after starting and not be sat there whittling down the Baron for 10 seconds and having been shredded, how many tens of magic resistant and armor. So let's see if they can make the play here. They have the fast track. They're going in.
Yeah, cool. The Forge God being used. It's a big engage coming on from Small Claw, but Faulty gets the back line. Down goes the Yunara, but Podex has just eliminated the Caitlyn and Karma. As for Verdant Academy and Boulder, they're fighting tooth and nail. Guardian Angel has been popped off the Pantheon as Podex is still staying alive, goes invincible, and this jungler of Verdant Academy is running the rift over here. Influentic gonna dodge away and eventually goes down. Both junglers, in fact, putting on a show as using the Grand Skyfall to get away, and it's a one-team fight from Verdant Academy. Do they have the damage and do they have the health bars to take this Baron?
I would say yes. And yes, I think Verdant Academy right now, they're in such a great spot. They managed to once again get onto the back line of Bulldog Academy. They managed to shut down Caitlyn almost instantly and the Karma. Hivel, you're in a rough spot here. It's going to be hard for you. Okay, no steal's going to come through. He's just looking to see if he can get any kind of exit kills or anything and just clear out the vision and get a bit more gold into his back pocket. But again, small con, huge engage. Podex going in, one-shotting backline. That's what you need to see for every fight. And I do think here, Bulldog are playing second fiddle to Verdant's choice of how to play. That comes off of having the Ornn ultimate, right? Being able to choose where to fight. Call of the Forge God, forcing any scuffle they like. Bulldog, it's looking rough because you really want your Caitlyn and your Karma to be able to go through rotations of, cooldowns and get their DPS off, and they just can't. Every single fight. That cannot happen, Savonix, because of the play from Verdant. They need to come up with something here, the Dogs, because it's going to be Elder in 20 seconds. And this fight's going to be harder than the last one as Sign Up Soldier, he's going in. He's going in, Sign Up Sprinter. Let's go!
Call of the Forge God being used. Wormsole is going to be the first target. Poddix is not focused down the Olaf first, as it looks like Smolkon eats a bunch of damage, but Jastrom extremely close to the enemy team. Pivel's going to be the one looking to carry this fight. Sign Up Sprinter now focused down the Pantheon, ace in the hole. Not doing much damage to the Orn, but down goes Kobe. The Yanora is dead. Faulty gets the kill onto that one. Sign Up Sprinter has to defensively flash to his team. Pop Blossom does not come through. That's Faulty. It was just way too low to cast that ability. Poddix now in the midst of everyone, and he's feeling comfortable to do so. The Guardian Angel has been popped. The traps have been laid, and Jadstrom is going to snipe him in the head as a shutdown gets picked up by the Caitlyn. The Elder Dragon now available to take, but Influentic, is he healthy enough to contest this? He throws out one Q, not going to quite land. He's playing this patiently as Wormsole now connects with the rest of his team. He's got that blast going to play with. Don't know if he has the tools to play this, and I guess the Elder Dragon is going to go over to the side of Bulldog Academy.
And this is the first time I think we've seen Bulldog not just all run into an Ornn ultimate, have, multiple members knocked up. The Ornn, it looked like they were going to put it on top of the Caitlyn. They shift it around and throw it towards the Olaf, and then Smolkon jumps in, but doesn't catch multiple members this time with the Magnet Storm. And it just means Caitlyn was finally allowed to click members of the enemy team, Salonix. You finally saw Yazdrum put the damage down. Smolkon taken very low instantly. It's unlucky for the side of Verdant that they didn't pick up Yazdrum where he was played, because there was a blast cone. He shoots out of the fight. And now you then have a Caitlyn who's got enough HP to play. There isn't many more tools to access him. And one by one, they fall down. Bulldog have the Elder. The Baron is spawning in 3 minutes, so it won't, they can play this a bit slower here, Verdant. Let's see if Bulldog can get something done before that Baron spawns, get some vision, fight over top side, maybe pick up a couple outer turrets. There's still a lot of standing gold for both sides.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think the key thing there, Poddix not going onto the backline that fight and actually going down onto Wormsoil. And you see the difference it makes. It's Faulty looking for a catch onto Smolkon. He's been eliminated by the Elder Dragon. Kobe also using the ultimate, and that cooldown is down. And Bulldog Academy, they can actually siege through this mid lane turret.
And right, okay. So we were warned of this. There is a pause that has come through. Not too sure who it is for what side, but either way, right, what you see there is Verdant, who have played, I'd say, a relatively structured game. Ornn ultimate every time into the Magnet Storm, look for the first, for a pick onto the enemy bot lane, then move on to the harder to kill members. I think overall, what we've seen is that once the Bulldogs can play on their terms, I think that they can actually make fights happen that are beneficial. Finally, they aren't the ones having to play second fiddle every single time in every single engage. They're able to play fights where they're the ones making play, right? They're onto Smolkon, who's just stepped up too far as the Rel. And now, with this Elder Dragon available for them on their buff bar, it's hard for Verdant to really contest. They've used the Between Worlds, for example. Influentic doesn't have that available, so now the siege is even harder to break. It's going to require Ornn into Poddix going into what is likely to be a 4v5 if they want to defend any of these turrets.
Yeah. Rob, have you seen the reason for this pause? I do want you to.
Interesting.
Anyway,
Anyway, moving on to the game. So the Dogs, every dog has its day, and I think Bulldog might be in for that today. They have finally brought back the game to something that seems to be...
Got to be done.
We've been lied to. They see again, it seems to have been the Dogs have finally found a winning fight, and hopefully a winning formula to win this game. Because so far, despite having the goal be pretty close, they've never really won a team fight in a way that seems convincing. And I would say that is probably the first one we've seen this entire game. And if that's the case, now Verdant are going to have to put on the back foot, where now Bulldogs have seen the path to victory. Let's see if the Verdant can sort of break that, because the Baron is coming up, in 3 minutes. There's going to be probably one more massive fight here unless someone gets picked off, and that will decide the game. And that's where your execution comes in. Who do you trust more? Smolcon on the Rel, Faulty on the Nico. You're going to see the Sign Up Sprinter ultimate go wide again and go onto an Olaf that shouldn't really being hit by it. We'll have to see. I do think if it's two people clashing front to back, I would actually favour Verdant as it currently stands with how they've executed the fights. But if we see angles being taken here by Wormsoil and Faulty, it's very easy to see a backline being blown up on the side of Verdant and a win for the Dogs.
Yeah, and I'm especially curious to see how this game kind of concludes, because it's been relatively back and forth, and I feel like on Verdant Academy there have been good parts, but in a weird way, I feel like a lot of this is on the back of Podex. Podex has been the shining light, and not to be overly harsh, but I say that as a team that they have done anything overly impressive. And it's just kind of been Podex got ahead in the early game, and it's just been blowing up these carries. And so I think if they were to drop this game, if this is going to end into a 2-0, it will be an extremely disappointing loss for Verdant Academy.
Yeah, it's also, let's not forget Neferi. When you're playing, these assassin-style junglers, they do tend to have a full off point at some point in time where they don't quite start one-shotting. As I say, that catch is taken very low. I think you've got to look for a fight here, Verdant, soon. Elder Dragon is up, so they're going to wait for that to drop off, but it's only a quarter left. So I think maybe trying to force a fight before they get vision control here, the Dogs, is a great idea. Look how much damage Influentic does, by the way, at this stage in the game. He's not even 4 items, Savonix, and he's already doing so much to the side of Bulldog Academy.
Yeah, it is an unbelievable amount of damage as Podex getting chased out of his own jungle. I mean, at the moment, the map state does seem to be favoring Bulldog Academy right now. You see waves are being pushed into their base, and I think that's creating a bit of hesitation now for Verdant Academy. They were so confident pulling the trigger on snap engages with the Ornn ultimate, but now, after a few defeated team fights, they are a little bit more hesitant than they were before, but they're now going to push through the mid lane. Let's see what they can do.
So Verdant have correctly identified. They've all backed off. Let's claim topside jungle. Let's get some vision down. They get at least one ward on the Raptors to see someone coming in from there. Let's get mid push. They're going to go for the research. So this is that classic tug of war for vision, right? We're going to see now the Bulldog players come out. They're going to sweep the vision and then try and reclaim the space, because this Baron is up in a minute. Whoever gets there first, you generally, you say you favour it, but you can't. Let's not forget, you can't be starting Baron these days that easily because of the resistance shred that Baron has now had added back on it in Season 16. They're just going to set up. Let's see if they can get angles for Faulty, angles for Wormsoil, because again, front to back, it's actually quite frustrating to play into this Ornn Magnet Storm combo.
Yeah.
And otherwise, it's down onto that Pot Blossom. Those are the big power moves we're looking for. Pot Blossom versus Ornn Ultimate to decide this game too.
Extremely close, and you see those traps set up down towards the Baron, which spawns in 20 seconds. Speaking of, Call of the Forge God has been used. Pibble gets that start. 40. That is a Pot Blossom that goes down. He enters the stasis of the Zhonya's, and down goes the Rel. Yastrom still staying alive. Podex has not found any assassinations. It's a double kill for the Caitlyn as she starts charging forward with the rest of the Dogs, and that is surely game, set, and match. Grand Starpool's going to come down. It's the Nace Bulldog Academy are going to take over the team fight. And unfortunately for the opposition side, they will start their split with a 0-2 series.
And questions were raised on the continuation of Bulldog playing Faulty. And you see there, his mastery of Nico is what wins the game. They think they've caught out. They've caught out a 3-man core of the Dogs. No, you haven't. But he's right there as a minion, ready to pop blossom. Absolutely humongous play coming out from the storied, the history, the heritage, other synonyms, the mid laner of the Dogs. Great play by Faulty. Exquisite, really, for him to be able to find that in the end. Cobby got taken to 1 HP, couldn't play. Yastrom was no longer really, jumped on by Podex, who was locked up there. He was able to shoot the next target, then the next target, then the next target. There wasn't any more damage to shut him down. And that is what we really had been wanting to see the entire game. We get it in the final fight. They don't need the Baron to close. They just take the fight instead. And that was a fight called by Verdant. Verdant overestimated their ability to win that one. What a game coming out from the Dogs. What a game. 2-0 on the day for the team that many people have joked about in the past.
Yeah, fantastic showing from the Dogs and good signs of life from Burden Academy. So we'll see how they can build upon this. We'll leave it to the desk to analyze that series. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please give it to the desk.
Hello. Well, 2 games, Bulldog Academy. Congratulations. I think we had a bit of a better showing from Verdun there. I don't think we should be too deconstructive of their efforts.
A bit. It was like a different team was playing Temporal. They seemed to have verve. There was edge. There was
that
life.
dog in them.
They had
did.
they had that dog in them. Unfortunately, it was not enough. But this is what we were asking for them from this second game, right? Don't just try and match what Bulldog Academy are trying to throw at you. Do your own thing. And I think that Podex probably in another game, on another day, in another time, is able to collect his win with this Nefiri performance and go, do you know what? It might be banned against me every other game from this point onwards, but at least I got something of value with it. I think it is going to have to be a high priority, something to consider for other teams going forward, because he looked damn dangerous on this, but ultimately wasn't enough to overcome the Dogs on the day.
Toast, show us how dangerous he was in this first clip.
Absolutely. Now, we were talking about a little bit behind the back. Verdant definitely played a lot more to their player identity this. We saw Influex on more of a mechanical character. Podex being able to do more damage on the Nefiri, becoming the assassin. Fed assassin is more worth than we can expect, and we saw that in this game. It was kind of surprising from the start. We were kind of expecting maybe another bulldoze from Bulldog, but that wasn't the case this time around. It was a lot more back and forth. Great engage on the Karma here. Just make sure she's not able to help the team out as there you go. The Nefiri goes onto the team, sweeping up what we can do.
I love the sort of killer instinct here from Verdant Academy, but also just sort of like the smart play, like sign up Sprinter, keeping the Caitlyn and the Karma busy for a little bit so that you can all dogpile onto this Pantheon. Makes a lot of sense. Obligatory faulty getting a kill with the Nico by sneaking in there, maybe tantalizing and teasing us at how that game was going to end, but ultimately it was looking really, really good for Verdant Academy at the beginning.
Yeah, it was not so much the immediate crush around objectives around the motions, particularly in the mid lane. I think we didn't see supports like develop so aggressively. So it did sort of lead into this bigger backwards and forwards rather than like a slow lead grinding its way into the end. For the rest of the game, we had a bit of a turnaround a bit later on with that slow roll, sort of in the depths of Caitlyn's power trough. Around 27 minutes, and we're going to have Middlecott show us that if it's ready.
Oh, and even if it's not ready, I will describe it to you and imbue your mind with a picture that we should see. So, I think the producer just said something in my ear, and I was waffling, so I didn't hear him. Oh, that's awful from me. That is awful. Anyway, here we are. So this is starting off for Verdant Academy. Not looking great here because everyone has already died. So the game was turned around. I think, do you know what I've done? I've put the wrong timer for our director for the replay. So all we get to see is some pretty interesting axe placement there. But
hello.
Oh, hello. We are like back behind it for a minute. Anyway, I will make my point. Essentially, Verdant were coming through in the ascendancy. Look at the scoreboard down there. Podex on the Nefiri doing really, really well. But the issue that we have is that Nefiri starts to overextend. And if you don't kill all of Bulldog Academy on that initial play with the Nefiri, it's very easy for them to turn it around with a consistent damage coming out from stuff like the Olaf and the Caitlyn.
Absolutely. I think a big problem throughout the game for Ferdinand was, yes, they were getting the assassin with Nefiri themselves, taking a lot of kills, but what Pantheon was able to then do was focus a lot more on their objectives. And I think they got Soul. They were here they're three dragons up.
Yeah, it was
this.
Got
the Elder is.
It was this. What are they doing? You don't need to do this. Kakashi is not going to be able to do anything. Yes, you get the double kill, but look how overextended you are. When the Nico comes in, when the Pantheon comes in, you're between two towers, and that's not a fun place to be. I think it was the over-aggression that ultimately burned Verdant at the end of the day. They were too confident. They thought that they couldn't put a foot wrong, and that's what gets you in the end.
And in the end, that was really the name of the story. We saw a few fights where Verdant sort of were able to push back. They were able to attack like a Pantheon who was like a slow threat, like didn't have huge moments like the Neferi where they killed multiple. But sort of Olaf and Pantheon sort of magnetized, were like, oh, hey, yeah, we're a threat. You've got to hit us. And I think Toast in this last fight, as soon as it's ready, we're going to roll it, but we can talk about it beforehand. We got to see the other end of the Caitlyn power trough.
Yeah, I think we were talking about some of the earlier fights. Is that we were focusing too much on the Olaf, trying to make sure the Olaf gets taken down, and he wasn't that important. I think the Caitlyn was more important, and maybe that's if they focused the Caitlyn in the earlier fights, they could have won out here. But and this is unfortunately what happened. Caitlyn does take out the win, pushing the team through. Yeah. So yeah, they've completely forgotten that she's gone around. They're focused on other things, and she's able to get this ult off here. Wonderful, and just able to kind of pick off the last people that she needs to.
Yeah, it slows you down. Sign up Sprinter might buy time, but did not buy a huge amount of position here.
Yeah, and I think again, if we contrast what was happening in game one, we were seeing Cassante being there, spacing these fights very well, going forward at the correct times. And I think for Verdant Academy, the overextensions are really, really what got them. Chasing too hard onto an NF, chasing too hard for kills on the bot lane that you don't necessarily need. I think those are the big issues. They were in a winning position in the second game that they had today. And I think, to be honest, that they should be disappointed to not come away from these two games with at least one game win.
All right, gentlemen. It has been an honor. We need to get back on schedule. So thank you, Toast, your first day on the show. I hope that was entertaining for you. Middle cut, I'm sure I'll see you again in the very near future. Maybe. Always fun. Always fun. And you know what else is fun, audience? The second set after this break. But we need to get our show on the road and we need to get swapped over. So we'll see you after this quick break.
Tempora needs to get out of here. He's gone.
we go. Just
Still going for this space. You would as Chimera super low.
Chimera in trouble, but there's the Rakan coming in for the shielding. The shielding again.
Oh my God!
They lose.
And everyone bow down to Venom Crest. Two-time champions bow down to Jay.
Split 2026. I've just been told that we're doing this again. Hello, welcome back to the UK Esports League 4 Nations Spring 2026. My name's Avi. I'm joined today by Rob yet again. How you doing, Rob?
I'm not doing too bad. You know, we've had some back scene troubles, but we're now here. We're going to be here to cover. It's going to be, and I need to check my notes because I wasn't meant to be here, but I am
no,
now.
You weren't.
It's going to be.
It's a bit weird one, but hey, good to have you back anyway.
Absolved versus the Bandits. I thought so. I got Absolved and Nuclear Vikings that we had last time mixed up in my head.
It happens, doesn't it?
It's going to be an interesting one, Abby. Because Absolved, they came off of a 2-0 against Nuclear Vikings, but it was very rough. It was a little bit sketchy at points, giving Kale 3 kills early on in the first game. I think Absolved, they're going to have to come and show something here today. And the Bandits, off-stream, lost 0-2 to Inari. So both teams, I think, have something to prove in different ways.
Oh, definitely. I think, just from what I've seen of Absolved in particular, they were shaky, as you said, towards the early game as well. But coming to some of the late games fights, their bot lane really strong this season. So hopefully we'll see a bit more of that today. But obviously we haven't seen much of the Bandits yet, so I'm really looking forward to seeing them. If anyone remembers last split, I was the Bandits' biggest fan, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing them again. A bit of a new roster though, completely refreshed, revamped, but still looking forward to it though.
Yeah, they grabbed a few players they used to have in back in the day. The first finals we had last year, the Bandits were there with 3 of these members: Loopy in top, JB in mid, and then you also had Kenny in support. Those guys managed to take it away last time. We think, on paper they've had upgrades compared to that finals roster, but apparently losing 2-0 to Inari already maybe shows that either the league has gotten better or the players we thought were upgrades maybe aren't. They brought in a rookie jungler in Clicker, seemed to be very, very high elo in solo queue, seems to have an eclectic champ pool. And then they've also brought Gabby over from Absolved. Yeah. This is a grudge match for Gabby.
I wouldn't highlight that myself.
He was on the roster. He was on Absolved last split. They kicked him. They said, get out of here. Yeah. And then they brought Rhythm in. So now he's got to prove that he was the one who deserved that slot.
Yeah.
Not the best ADC in the UK.
Well,
we'll see if this one goes the way of Gabby this time.
Well, we'll definitely have hope. I mean, as you said, Gabby, so much to prove right now. Trying to prove to Absolved, was I the right pick to get rid of? No. I need to prove this. I need to prove that I was the pick that you missed out on. And hopefully, we're seeing that today as we're going to get started with our draft here.
Yeah. Not so many surprising bans. So when we got the draft last time for Bandits versus Nari, they picked up Wukong last time. If you look at Clicker's pool, it's like Diana, Jackson, and Wukong's the third. The first two not really comp-ready champions at the moment, so Wukong probably going to be your premier jungler for the side of Bandits. That's gone. Yone as well, taken off the board. You've then also seen here the Jarvan ban, another sort of strong jungler in the current meta. On the other side, the Urgot ban, the top laner Absolved. Well, you've got 2 Urgot OTPs here, so that's not surprising. Varus and Abesabo strong. Rise first pick, probably the strongest mid laner on the patch. We'll see what Bandits want to answer. Classics are like Talia and Azir. Those are usually what you see, but maybe they go for something a bit more funky.
Yeah, well, I mean, as you said, Clicker, a bit of a newcomer to the league as well, but JB returning, hopefully we'll see something a little bit more, well, with a bit more veteran presence, let's say. So do get Rumble of Felios locked in for the Bandits, getting things kicked off for Loopy and Gabby already.
Yeah, Loopy on Rumble's a surprise to me. We remember him from the Orns and the Urgots and, like maybe a Cassante here and there, some weak side champions. Going for Rumble who can be weak sided, but not one that we've seen his pool before. Gabby, when he did play on Resolve last split, he split time with Muta as the other ADC they had. Gabby was phenomenal on Aphelios. Really good Aphelios player.
Really good opening pick for them.
Yeah, really good opening pick. Ornn, I don't know how much you spend on Twitter, but I'm chronically online. There's a lot of discourse right now around why do we keep picking Cassante into Rumble. There are other good picks, and one of them that comes up is Ornn. They say this guy is like the Cassidy of top lane, says Macro. He's able to scale into every game. He can beat Rumble in the 1v1, all these kind of things. And so it's interesting to see how that goes down this game. Macro, I mean, would you, if you're an Ornn OTP, wouldn't you want your champion not nerfed? This is the conspiracy I'm feeling.
If you're going to keep saying, oh, my champion's the best, then surely something, you're trying to egg him on a little bit to nerf your main. But, I mean, Ornn's still in a good spot. Ornn has been consistently good for a while now, so I'm not going to argue with it.
Yeah, and then the Kiana going towards the jungle. UKEL, from my experience of looking at his account and trying to do a bit of research, you're seeing assassin junglers, you're seeing Lee Sin, so it's not surprising the Kiana's picked up. Still pretty good. It's not, a premier jungler that we see, we're often seeing like the Wukong and the Jarvan. She's still pretty strong.
Yeah, and
Now
definitely into the right sort of team.
This is interesting because I think Clicker to me came across as a carrier jungler. Like he's meant to be, he's if you look at the DPM leaderboard for the UKEL, he's the highest ranked player in the UK right now, like 1.2k challenger, and they put him on Vi, which to my opinion, you could ask anyone to do.
It's not really a carry lane, is it? I mean, why would you do if you want to carry? Which obviously, as you said, Clicker's sort of goal here. You don't really pick someone like Vi, but obviously Bandits have got something in mind here. Hopefully, maybe a complimentary pick to the mid lane. We'll have to see what JB picks up here.
Yeah, there's quite a few things open. One that stands out is like Talia. That is like a common pick with Vi, and then against Ryze. If you go like a Rylaze Talia build, you're able to deny Ryze a lot of entry into fights. He can't just sort of walk at you. He does get held at bay, so there's a chance there for a Talia pick. Trying to think if that's really in JB's Wildhouse. It's possible. But we've seen this guy on like playing like Syndra, and we've seen him playing like Akali, and I just wonder if Talia is something where you maybe want more carry threat rather than a more facilitating mid laner. Talia does damage still.
Oh yeah.
But Ban's out the way. Seeing Ezreal, it's an annoying lane for Aphelios. Yes, you've got lockdown for him, but he's still going to be playing at bay. Nautilus ban, just getting Kenny's champs out the way, make sure they don't have like a follow up engage or another source of engage. Because if you are Vi, you don't always want to be solo engaged, flying into your death on the cease and desist. So banning out that. Caitlyn's gone. Also annoying for Aphelios. They're just making Gabby's life a little easier in the bot lane. Again, he's got something to prove here, Avi. Let's not forget. He's got to prove it was the wrong choice to drop him on the side of Absolved.
Oh yeah, you want to make sure you put yourself in the best position possible. I mean, Aphelios, obviously incredibly strong, but you've got to be really careful how you play this lane. So getting rid of two characters that can just annoy the hell out of him, I think that's a really good shout from them.
And just making sure, I could see here you go towards, you get your mid pick on 4, get your counter pick on support in 5, give your bot lane the best chance. It's going to be Azir, probably the other premier mid laner. I said this on the previous broadcast. Your top 2 mid laners are Azir, Ryze, and then it's anything that can play into Ryze and anything that can play into Azir. So what you're seeing is they've picked up the 2 of them. So that's going to go through. Interesting how that goes down for JB. Again, I don't think him as much of as an Azir player as I remember his Syndra and I remember his Akali, as I said, but I'm sure he's competent on that champion. On the side of Absolved.
Well, you'd like to think if you wouldn't be in the position you are if you weren't any good at the Azir, but I mean, as you said, he's just in such a good position. Why would you argue with a pick like that?
Yeah. And Jinx. Are we really going to get like 2 like front to back team fight comps? This is be incredibly. We'll go have a nap and turn back up in 30 minutes when Jinx and Aphelios have scaled.
We're going to have to show up in 30 minutes.
I'll have a nap. We'll have a nap. We'll come back. But Jinx Thresh locked in. It's actually quite hard here for Thresh to like do what he likes to do. Usually you see him picked as like the J4s to keep the Jinx alive. A lot harder to do that versus, Azir Shuffle against like Vi Ultimate, things like that. So it is Gibble can play this champion. I just want to say I wasn't going to be on this cast, but Gibble did at me on Twitter because he complained I called him a Rel Alistair 2-trick. I apologize. He is also good at Nami as well, apparently, as his 3rd champion. And you know what? If he wants to at me on Twitter again, he can do that. But we've seen the Leona picked up there to round out the Bandits draft. More engage. This non-committal access here from the Solar Flare to get onto this Jinx. It's a front-to-back comp versus a front-to-back comp, Avi. What do you expect is UK League of Legends? We're just going to have 2 5-man just whacking into each other until one team comes out on top.
It's boring to watch at times, but at the same time, it's one of the most fun things you can watch. It just comes out who's going to be better in team fights. That's going to come down to the players at the end of the day.
Yeah, and if you are, the side of Absolved, you've got a little bit of spice in the Kiana. There's a chance there. You got an option here to maybe there'll be like an Ornn pillar into a Kiana ult. Maybe we'll get an exciting engage for once.
Because that'd be an amazing thing to happen.
I would love something exciting to come through, but yeah, I'm expecting here front to back all the way. If you are the side of Absolved, I do think we'll just cast our mind back to the Nuclear Vikings series. I think they got dragged down into the mud a little bit in that series. I don't know if anyone remembers watching that one. There was a Corki Valkyrieing in, like Rhythm decided he was going to go in and commit war crimes. Like, I think they need to lock in a bit here as well, because I have them as a top 3 team. They've got, in
Oh,
my opinion, one of the better
definitely.
mids and probably the best ADC. And they didn't show it versus Nuclear Vikings, even in a 2-0. So to come into the Bandits today, who people have hovering around that 4 to 6 range in a lot of their predictions, I think would be a bit of a statement to show, okay, we are in that upper echelon. If you're on the side of the Bandits, this is, another team fight versus team fight comp. This is the way to show your pedigree and say, the loss versus Inari was I don't want to say a fluke, that's unfair to Inari, but that was us on a bad day. You're now going to get us on a good day, and you're going to see what we can bring where we're all on the same page.
Yeah, not going to argue with that.
Laning, obviously, important, but this will be all about those 5v5 fights around objectives.
It's going to come to the late game at the end of the day. You've got an Aphelios and a Jinx. Those are two of the biggest late game carries you have in this game. One thing I do want to talk about, that we've been talking all about, okay, we got the Ryze versus the Azir, we got the Ornn over the Rumble. I don't know if this is just our graphics talking, but it is looking like Ryze top, Ornn jungle.
No, that's
what
just
the graphics are saying. So I'm hoping that's not accurate. That'd be really
I don't
funny
think
if
that's
it was.
accurate. It would be a very odd choice. I don't think it. I just,
It's possible, but
we can imagine it. But that's a world we do not live in. I believe.
Well,
I believe we all see the Ryze.
no, I agree. It's definitely going to be exactly standard as we're expecting, but it's the thought that it could happen that interests me.
I hope I'm not wrong in saying it shouldn't be that, because I think it would be a very interesting choice to play on into Azir. I think you would have a pretty miserable time.
Well, yes, you would. But you can play it in jungle, I suppose.
Yeah. So we're going to get into game shortly. I think for this game today, we've already seen the first game of the day come through. Verdant ended up being defeated 2-0 by the Bulldogs. I think if you're looking at these middle of the pack teams. We're saying about Absolved, being, I put him in that third slot, for example. For me, I have Bulldog and Bulldog, not Bulldog. Sorry, Jolly, I apologize. No, Bulldog on top. Brods and Chi on top. Then you have this sort of very hard to decipher middle of the pack. And I think the first game today showed a few of the rankings there, and I think this second game of the day will also sort of show roughly where we're squaring up here in the Four Nations within the first couple of days. Is there anything in particular, any teams for you, because we've got a bit of time here, out of these two teams, did you look at them in pre-season? Did you sit there and have any preferences? Or are we going to go into this and say, what happens on the day happens on the day?
I mean, what happens on the day happens on the day. I think that's all you can say, really. But no, I have been keeping a little bit of an eye on Absolved in my own time, not watching them dedicated, scouring their DPMs or whatever, but I have been spying a few little interesting things here. I was in their game for Nuclear Vikings, and they did look pretty okay after the first 15 minutes or so, so I'm hoping that they're going to bring that into today's game as well. That'd be really interesting to see. And then obviously last split Bandits, they weren't too good, 3 and 6 off the top of my head, but I was their biggest supporter last split. I think I've got to go for it again this year as well.
Yes, and we're not allowed to be biased here.
We're not allowed
behind
to.
the scenes, you can be as biased as you like.
Say,
so
I hope they do well, which is
they
what
do.
I'm saying.
I hope everyone
Bandits
has
do well.
fun. I hope everyone,
that's what we'd say, and
all
I
5 members on each team, enjoy themselves in the game.
And their coaches, they've got to have fun too.
I don't know if Frisky had fun in that previous series.
Well,
I know he's
possibly not, but we'll find out later, won't we?
We don't know. But no, I do think that you said that the game against Nuclear Vikings. I don't think you can show the weaknesses that Absolve showed in those first 15 minutes against better teams. I don't want to say that because I think Nuclear Vikings actually didn't look too bad.
No, they
didn't.
They
looked on the same page.
Just
Josh
finish it towards the
good.
end. Oh, Josh on the... I want to say it was the least in particular. That was incredibly strong, but I think just they couldn't finish it out, and I think that Absolve managed to take their end game really nicely there. So I don't think they can afford to do that against a team like Bandits, though. They cannot afford to let the early game slip, especially in this front-to-back style.
And again, it's one of those things where, as happened in the last series in that first game, you have 2 front-to-back comps. Obviously, this is a little different when you've got a Rumble who's not the most, tanky frontline, but still can provide a lot of frontline threat. What you see is if a team does give up those leads early and you get, a couple kills, let's say onto this Kiana, or even onto Vi, or onto Rumble, or is it anyone really, other than the supports, you end up seeing, one team has this, they have very similar comps, but one team just has 6k more gold, for example, and they just whack you with their wallet. So let's make sure that this could be quite a slow early game, maybe.
Yeah, exactly that. But we'll find out very shortly as we're getting things kicked off with our first game between Absolved and the Bandits UK.
Yes, this should be, hopefully.
It's exactly what we thought it would be.
A slower first game. a slower first game. Both each team feeling themselves out. However, there is a Kiana, and they're already looking to try and get some vision down and see where Clicker starts.
I think you can
Clicker
afford
as
to
a
do that,
player,
though.
yeah, Clicker as a player, we've got to keep our eyes on this split because again, he comes in with I think a lot of hype. I don't know if anyone who might be watching as well as yourself would have seen there was the Bandits and Chi did like a joint tier list, and they were all very much hyping Clicker up to be an incredibly good jungler. He's going to have to now show it in this game on a more facilitating champion, not on his standard Diana or Jack. Across the board, but the game's starting so soon, Abby. There's no such thing as invades these days.
No, absolutely
There's
not.
barely even a line of scrimmage. It's just people in lanes from minute one.
Well, I know we're a month into this new season, but it still feels weird that you can't have any form of invade really these days. I do see trying to catch one out, but there's nothing happening here. There's no point trying to engage yet because there's no team fight potential. There's no fight potential for either of these sides.
No, and in the top lane, Rumble has a decent damage early, but again, it's Loopy on the Rumble, not our most,
Yeah, you weren't
If you
so
said
confident in
Loopy,
it.
you don't think him playing that. So
No,
I
you
wondered
wouldn't particularly, would you?
how storied he is. In the UKL, we've never really seen that pick come out for him. So I wonder how much practice he's having. I think he played if I remember an Ambessa game in an Ari in game one last time, and that didn't go so well with the loss that came over there. So he is branching his champ pool out into some of these more meta picks. He does have a few accounts, and I know things he practices on and gets them out there. So maybe he's got a bit of time on his D2 account or whatever it may be.
Oh, you never know.
Practice Rumble, you never know.
I
But
think
at
Rumble's
the
definitely
moment,
someone you need to have in your pool, though, these days. It's not the
You do.
most broken pick, but it's something that you just got to have.
you do. I mean, he's been meta for so long, or meta or hovering around, meta for
Yeah,
such a long
exactly.
time. You can't, as a top laner, not have picked him up within the 3 years he's been strong. So it's good to see us making a bit of improvement here in the UKL.
Yeah,
Trades in bot
exactly
lane,
that.
it's in top. Nothing really happened.
That's going to be the name of the game for the next 15 minutes or so. We'll see a couple of fights over Drake and whatnot. I say that. Gibble does manage to get that hook onto Gabby, but there's no follow-up. There's no damage in this early game from a Jinx. It was a good idea, but there's nothing you can make of it. Just force Gabby back, and that's it.
Yeah, you get push. You get the wave to crash. You're not going to get a reset. Not going to go for a little cheater and get a cull. Let's not forget with the home guard changes as well. If you can get a really fast crash in any lane, you can go for a reset and maybe get some advantage. Clicker is here on the top side. Junglers passing like ships in the night. One pathing up top, one pathing down. If there is a dive potential, likely on bot lane, then at least he's here to pull it off. But he's just looking for some vision. And overall, again, we're going to be sat here for 50 minutes in what should be quite a slow game, unless there are major mistakes made from one side.
Yeah, I mean, it gives us plenty of time to have a nice discussion about how these things could shape out as opposed to how they will.
Yeah, Clicker. This is like they've done the same thing. We've seen essentially mirrored starts for the junglers here. I want to be keeping an eye on them for most of this early game because that's where the explosivity could come from, especially something like a Kiana. If it does get those early kills, we see what we saw last game, despite the loss, what an assassin can do, like that Nefarian last game with Kiana in this one. He's looking top now. This could be Loopy in trouble.
Yeah, seeing a really early play here, does have access to that route, goes for it, will be able to catch out Loopy for now, but forces the flash out. I mean, it wasn't a bad play, gets the flash out of that Loopy Rumble, but yeah, going around again, wrapping is the potential for a dive, doesn't have that empowered Q, does have the green one, will be able to go in under the tower for an easy pickoff. And that's a first blood over to Utki there. Not bad. That's a good start. That's exactly what you want from your Kiana. Get your laner ahead and get some early picks. That's what you need from an assassin.
And not to mention, Rumble, by the way, had already burned TP to get back into that lane, so he...
Yeah,
that's jump low.
Kind of
rough. Back as Clicker's going to be forced off these Raptors, hopefully. Emil's ghosting on him. Oh, he's ghosting on him.
Yeah, very aggressive here. Doesn't really have much to follow up with now, but it's good poke. Forces Clicker away.
Let's get the Raptors.
Yeah.
Clicker gets an answer.
Safe, let's say.
Gets an answer, but it's not as much as, your top laner's life, who I was just going to say had already burnt that TP, so end up losing a lot of minions, or at least a lot of XP on the wave that crashed. It does show as well maybe a little bit of better understanding on how this matchup goes on the side of Soimu, for the top laner of Resolve, who is this Romanian top laner we don't know too much about other than being very good at the Urgot. We do, he's come through, played a few Romanian tournaments. He seems to be putting up a decent show here, at least in this game. Loopy, a level down.
Yeah,
it's rough.
It's rough by Soimu.
The UK guy. He's
yeah, out comes through, looking to get the knock up, but there isn't really much follow up here. Say that does manage to chip most of Loopy's health bar, but There's no damage to finish up the kill. The clicker is around to potentially get that wraparound onto Soymu. Looking for an angle, potentially. Will get caught out by that pink ward, but still going to look for something, potentially. He's going to back away for now, I think.
Yeah, with that vision. Let's not forget these Phalites, by the way. Not the most broken edition, I think, added to
They're
the
not
game.
broken, but they're incredibly strong.
They're very strong. Make the game quite frustrating to play if, aren't able to fight over the vision that they provide. As you see, they're already spotted out very quickly, that Vi, and, Somu can back off and nothing seems to happen. Loopy's having a really rough time in this top matchup, and let's not forget, Ornn really does scale into games. He's someone that, provides so much value, and if he's already in the lead, he can be a tank that's hard to overcome. First dragon being taken here. They've got push in bot lane. Look where it's crashing. They have push in mid.
Yeah.
Absolve to have to take this first objective. And at the moment, they're in a great lead here, Abby. Like, look at the gold lead already. 1.2k at 6 minutes is nothing to scoff at.
No, they've put themselves in a really solid position in this first game. It's exactly where you want to be. You don't want to afford to... We can't really afford to lose any of these early fights. You can't afford to lose out on gold, especially when you're relying so much on your late game. You have to take these early advantages where you can. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Resolved here. Not bad at all.
And it's again, let's not forget, if you're playing these two team fight compositions, you need to be securing these early dragons, because it means that if you do get, you get these slight advantages, as you see for Absolved, it means that you're now not, the game isn't being delayed to where everyone's kind of on the footing they want to be at 30 minutes. It is the case of at 23 minutes, we've got a soul fight, you've got to fight us. And if we've got the lead, you have to run into us and die. And that's sort of what Absolved are looking for, especially with Kiana that's managed to pick up an early kill, working their way towards the Profane Hydra, which is just incredibly strong first time for these junglers. Could also be an Axiom Mark as well, actually. There's a few options here for the side of UKEL. But again, very quiet early game. And you know what? While we're relaxing here, what's your least favourite addition to Season 16? How much are you playing? What don't you like? Because let's have a chat. Because I think we shouldn't be seeing much action until the next dragon.
Oh, you say that.
Oh, I say that.
You just jinxed it. As soon as you say that, Kenny going to jump straight on into Emil. We'll be able to catch the stun en route. Klecker's there as well. Follow through with the ultimate. And Emil falling immediately. JB coming in off the side, but really good positioning, actually. Just kind of catch out from Kenny, and then that's kind of it. Emil had nothing to do there. Had the flash available, but knew there was nothing they could do in that position, really. Really smart, really well played from Absolve. Well, not Absolve there. I've lost my train of thought for a second. Really well played from the Bandits to get that catch.
Bandits, like, Kenny has always kind of shown this when he was playing in the league on some of their previous rosters, a really good sense of where to be out on the map. JB here running in. This is a huge risk. He does get out. Okay.
Yeah, good shuffle out. Just keeps himself safe for now, but the fact you have to be in that position where you have to shuffle out, it's a bit of a weird one, really. But I mean, you can't argue with it, can you?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's interesting as well here from JB, because they were playing for grubs, or at least he knows the jungler's top side. They don't see a contest, and so it's very likely you're going to have the enemy Kiana somewhere on the bot side. So walking in there, maybe not be respecting the macro understanding coming out from Absolve's jungler. Emil, I just want to say, I don't think he had a particularly great day one. I think he made a few mistakes, in my opinion, in that previous
right.
He looked a bit rusty.
Yeah,
I have him very highly rated.
Really right either from what I was seeing.
Yeah, it was just like a bit rusty, like he hadn't played in comp for a little bit. And I think that's another example there where he walks in not going, okay, enemy support has a timer, that's going to cause a lot of problems for me. They can't be giving over these silly kills because, again, a player like JB, who showed up very huge in the first split of 2025, looked absolutely amazing on that Bandits roster that joined the league from Div 2. Giving him a killer early and then giving him a lead of 10 CS as Azir, this champion carries late game team fights, and so for him to do this early on is a concerning sign for Absolve Midlane, who, by the way, I just even noticed this, went for the unsealed spellbook. He didn't go for phase rush, and so he can't easily get himself out of dodge if he is caught out. Big surprise coming out for the mid laner of Absolve. I didn't even notice that until now. Interesting choice. We'll have to see how it helps him getting a cleanse or maybe a few other aggressive summoners as they're going in bot lane.
Yeah, very aggressive for the Bandits here. Ultimate going down onto that Jinx, but there's nothing there. Clicker all in, no team to follow up. And Rhythm for an easy pick-off. And the rest of Absolve just there to finish off the fight. Emil will be able to find one for himself there, catch up a little bit of that gold, but Bandits, they played on the aggressive there, but there wasn't the follow-through. They had a little bit of that disconnect. Absolve just took control of it from there.
It feels like they're playing a bit like 2019 League of Legends. Hold on a second.
Soymu
looking for the play top. Hold on.
Flashes away, but really smart engager there from Soimu, but
Blows the flash.
yeah, gets a flash out for an ult. I say that. Ooh, scared for a second. Will be able to catch with that Q as the ultimate fails again. And Emil looking for the pick off there. Tank with the turret on Uki. Doesn't find the pick with the Q. And JP just walks out scot-free.
He's got TP as well, so he can easily get back into this lane without, feeling too bad about it. Just want to say there that the Bandits, again, they're playing like old league. When you saw the Vi ulting on top of the backline of Resolved, that is not how we play the game anymore in comp.
Really?
Often you find we go for the play onto the very first member. So that Thresh was a tasty morsel, if I remember correctly, back to that fight. You should be ulting first target with Leona, blow them up, move on to the next. Because as you see there, it takes so long to kill the Thresh if you're all not focusing on him, or it takes so long to kill that front line. You're not going to be able to follow up on the Vi engage, who honestly was Seasons assisting into Narnia. But this next Dragon, it's going to be the fight of the game, honestly, with 4 members here for both sides.
Yeah, looks like it. A little bit of a pincer coming through. Azuki catches 2 with the ultimate there. We'll be able to find 2 picks. Emil finding that onto Gabby. And it's going to be the chase coming through. Not able to find anything yet, but Kenny caught out as JB walks off again. Bandits were just caught out of position there. They tried to get something happening on that Drake. And then the pincer from Absolved. And Uki just finishing off. Beautiful stun. A display of excellence and skill.
Yes, I mean, exactly, from the side of Absolved. Again, questions after week 1, as we'll keep saying, but this game so far has looked incredibly solid. Other than a pick that was given onto Emil, they're looking pretty flawless. And I do think the Bandits, they didn't really respect how much damage just Kiana alone would do. Knocks all of them up. Don't forget, when you're fighting in the river, you're fighting around those choke points, it's so easy for her to get those multi-man ultimates.
Yeah,
and it just means it's impossible to play. As Clicker's going in mid, this should be a kill.
Yeah, we'll be able to get the shuffle onto it, but Emil doing everything he can to escape it. Don't think he has the movement speed. And there you go again. JB and Clicker. Really nice combo there on the mid lane to catch out Emil, but you have to think there. Would he be able to get out if he had that phase rush as opposed to the unseed spellbook?
It's a debate. It's a debate, as well as the fact that I think he's playing, usually you see Azir shuffle as the first ultimate used. He slides in, shuffles the enemy mage who doesn't have flash forward, and then you have follow-up from your team. That was just a straight Vi ultimate, which means, Emil, you're too far up. And in top lane, still whacking each other here. Loopy's got to respect the junglers here. Oh, he's dead.
Say that. Uki comes on in, and you didn't even get to finish the sentence, did you? That's insane. Perfect timing. Again, Uki just everywhere you need to be with this Kiana.
I mean, he's just been everywhere at all times, and it seems to have been quite strangling for the side of the Bandits, where now they've lost bot turret, by the way. This is I know we haven't looked at bot lane too much. Obviously, there was one fight there that gave Jinx a couple kills and a couple assists, but now that bot turret's fallen, Jinx can now get out on the map into mid lane. Top lane has always seemed to be a bit of a struggle in this game. Yeah, it seems to have been a bit of a struggle here for the side of the Bandits in this early game. And as we said, team fight comp versus team fight comp, kind of, 5-5 front to back versus 5-5, 5 versus 5 front to back. And one team is significantly ahead in gold. So who are we favouring coming into the next objectives? Hints, it's the team with the 5k gold lead. So right now the Bandits have got to look for a play. They've got to look for something. They've got to look for a play somewhere, as in, could they force onto Ornn hard? Jinx is pushing top lane. Loopy can't play into this. And so now they're just trying to play into the jungle. This is quite risky. Clicker is... red buff is stolen. Clicker gets nothing. You get nothing, sir, today. You lose. Goodbye.
Wow, I don't think Uki's going to mind too much about that as we just look topside. And that's another pick coming through for Rhythm. That's 3-0-3 on that Jinx now. At only 14 minutes. You've got to think, surely Absolved are in a really strong position here, potentially take this even further.
Picking up Loopy, who honestly has had a really rough game on the Rumble. I know Clicker's here to cover.
Yeah, we'll go on as the supreme display of talent comes forward, but the catch again. There's no follow through here from Bandits just yet. I say that they will be able to get that trade coming through onto Uki, but JB not looking too strong. Catch with the zap and then follow through from the rest of Absolved. There's nothing they can do in that position. That's just amazing timing and synergy from Absolved there to make something out of nothing, really.
Yeah, you don't think... we say that. I think the Bandits are just playing a bit too quick. They're letting...
The aggressors, but it's not working, is it?
They don't want to let Absolve sort of dictate the pace of the game again because of the way the two comp sort of functions. It goes later. But what you're finding is that bandits are like just sort of giving over and not respecting. Okay, well, Emil's stepping up quickly. We must go. And there's a Kiana to cover him, and then his teammate comes in, and then it's very hard to make anything happen.
Yeah.
And overall, the bandits are just being answered on their plays. You're seeing here 3 members sort of shadowing topside, letting Emil push this wave in. Gabby has no business touching it. Jinx is already 2 items, Abby, by the way. Hex Optics finished, so
this is
that's painful. 2 items
minutes.
finished in jungle. Only JB is on pace for the compared to the team of Absolved.
Wow. I think that's just indicative of how much pressure Absolved have been putting onto the bandits this series. I mean, it's insane. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. It is genuinely insane to think bandits are trying to make these aggressive plays, trying to be the aggressors. It's not working out for them, and look at that damage already. The catch again coming through onto JB. And Emil, with the help of Rhythm and Gibble, just finish everything off.
And every time they look for something as there's another play bot, oh my god, this is, get off my screen.
Oh my god. The flash away. Is there even enough? We'll be able to do it with the help of that slow, but I say that Gibble comes forward, looking for the hook. Not able to catch it just yet, but the rest of Absolved. The collapse onto Loopy again. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing for the bandits to do here. They're just getting stomped.
They're getting run off the map. It's like, you know, maybe this team has to rename to Emil and Friends to compete with some of our top dogs, because they're looking like they're all on the same page and they're playing see champ, kill champ, right? As soon as a JB makes a mistake in mid, 3 people descend and they take him off the rift. Loopy's over pushing in bot lane. 3-4 members run bot lane and take his life. And overall, there's not really anything. I mean, bandits, if this is not a bandits pause saying, guys, I hope my coach talked to me in the downtime, because otherwise it's looking pretty rough. They need to really stabilize here.
That they do. I mean, it's insane to think we're only 16 minutes into this game, and Absolved have created this immense lead for themselves, where there's almost no coming back from the bandits here. They've had absolutely nothing to go for here. They've made that one really nice play onto Emil here, but even then it didn't feel like the rest of the team was connected there. It just felt like they happened to catch Emil off guard, out of position. The rest of them, in their team fights, they've not been doing anything we need them to be doing here. It's just been Absolved dominating every fight, finding every flank angle. And I don't know what else to say at this point.
They're just bringing more numbers. They're just bringing more players to the party. You see, like, the play we're seeing on our screen here. There are 4 members. There's only 3 for bandits. Of course, the fight is a fight win for Absolved. And then you're seeing, when you look at these kind of fights around objectives, yes, bandits want to start it. Suddenly, we're bringing, yes, it's a 4 versus 4, but they're all clumped up in a bush. In comes the ultimate down from the Kiana, and that's just all she wrote.
It's
and when you have a Jinx like Rhythm, who's, you know, he waits, sits back and sees cooldowns, and then he pounces. He's got so much damage already in this game. He's going to pick up a couple kills. You know, when you see, you know, Emil playing so well with his jungler, he picks up a couple kills onto plays in mid lane, and man, like, yes, there's been a couple counter punches, but overall it's been all Absolved all the way so far. As we're still in the pause, guys, we're just showing some replays while we wait for some. We don't know what the issue is, and you know what? We're just happy to see some more the same League of Legends we've already seen. As
yeah, I think it's
so much has gone wrong for the bandits. Every time I watch this, I'm like, damn, the bandits are having a rough time.
Well, we were saying earlier, it's going to be a while before we see anything happen. Okay, we come back off the pause, and JB's just dead. JB's just dead, and they're looking for another dive onto Loopy under this bot tower. Yeah, well, in a bit of a weird position now. We'll be able to find something here. Does get the stun off, as they're just going to keep snowballing this on this Tri-Brush. There's so much pressure. The team play coming through from Absolved. And they got an excited Jinx here as he finds a double. And everything has just gone horribly wrong out of nowhere. We come off a pause. And they just lost an ace.
And this is what I wanted to see coming out from Absolved. Just see how Rhythm plays that fight. He's spacing in the fight. He uses, you know, there is a cleanse available to him thanks to the Mikels from the Thresh. So then he plays backwards, and as soon as any more threat flashes backwards, he keeps hitting. He's just putting the damage down. And now, in this game 1, 17-3, this is the Absolved roster I wanted to see in their game versus Nuclear Vikings, Abby, because I thought that should be a statement game where, like, I think some people question, you know, these new additions, you know, of Soyman, Uki in top and in jungle, how are they going to fit with players that we've seen in the league for so long, you know, Rhythm and Emil, both star carries in their own right. And you're seeing here, it seems to be, Soyman's had quite a quiet game. I think so. Kenny might be in a bad spot. Yes, the Flash. Okay, I was going to say, if he dies again, this is just lambs to the slaughter at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of
okay,
punishment.
he's
There
in a
you
bad
go.
spot.
Perfect catch from Gibble, and the rest of Absolve, they're always there. They're always able to find the catch again. And that's another coming through for Rhythm. That is 6-0-7.
Oh, we've had a crash.
We've had a
We've had a game
It
crash.
happens. It
We
happens.
love our crashes here in the UKL. Go back to the
It's one of
the
those
replay
things,
pack. You
isn't
don't want
it?
to see our faces. You don't want to see our faces. It's disgusting.
Absolutely not.
So yeah, we've had.
This is insane.
Yeah, it's been a rough game for the Bandits. I just wonder, we didn't get to see that Inari game, quite how it went down in that series, because we've had so many points here where the Bandits are just overforcing. They're not on the same page. As we go to see Leona die again. Very sad. Yeah. We've jumped back a little bit, and Kenny, unfortunately, has ceased to exist on our screen for another time. 18-3. Bandits are going to have to find some miracle play here, because I was about to say is UKEL is now playing on the same page as Emil and Rhythm, and that just seems to be a very scary team indeed. There seems to be, other than a couple catches, it's been all Absolved all the way, and Clicker, he's forced out his own jungle, under a lot of threat here. Oh my god, he's just dead.
We can't even finish a sentence, can we? We can't even finish a sentence. UKEL's found the 7th this game. That's 15 kills and assists in this first game, and that's 10,000 gold lead for Absolved here. Like, what do you even have to do if you're Bandits here? What can you do in this position to make a catch here?
Man, I think
know.
there's a... Firstly, put your hands together, then maybe say a few words to the Lord, and then hope that someone like Emil makes a misplay on side lane, steps up a bit too far and could start getting you back to the game. It's unlikely, but I think with the Baron now being started, with, Soul being a possibility round the corner for the side of Absolved, you get an objective bounty bot lane. Whoop-de-doo. You've given Baron over. All these waves are going to be pushed in. You don't really have a way to play like the Rumble Vi combination, which was such a popular combination, a year, 2 years ago. We haven't seen that pulled off, for example. Maybe you can full send onto one member, but let's be honest here. Who are you sending onto that you're not going to be instantly blown up onto if you alters Vi? The Jinx? She's not always in your range. The Rise, he's quite tanky.
She's got so much protection. Like,
yeah.
Absolved are doing everything they can, almost pocketing Rhythm to try and keep him alive here. But what can you do if you're Bandits? You have to find a target, but there's no one there. There's no one available. So you're not even safe in your own jungle if you're Clicker here. That's how strong Absolved are here. Like, what do you do?
They're pushing. Well, what you do if you're Absolved, however, is push 4 members in one lane, one in the other. None of this 1-3-1 nonsense. We've learned from the mistakes of our forefathers, and we only ever push 2 ways when we've got advantage, because they have to answer us. So they're now going to be pushing in bot lane as 4. Soimu's just hovering in this mid turret. If a play happens, he can join with the Ornn ultimate. But at the moment, it's going to be hard. Loopy, he's hooked. He's dead. He's just dead.
I blinked for half a second, and Loopy 0-6. But it almost feels less of a fault of the player, more of the fault of the fact that Absolved just dominating as they catch again under this tower. Clicker barely going out with his life as they're just going to collapse again. UKEL finds that pick onto Kenny as they're looking for more, looking to almost end the game here, you'd think. They're going to jump in, but JB catches 4, but there's nothing there. The follow-up doesn't come through particularly. I say that, Clicker jumps in, finds 2. And there you go, that's a good start here. They will be able to find 2 there, but the rest of Absolved just have the cleanup. UKEL and Gibble finding everything just to keep themselves in that little one. They don't lose the fight properly. They don't lose the game just yet. But this is what we need to see. We need to see more of this from Bandits. This more coordinated team fighting, the more coordinated plays and aggresses. But is it too little too late?
I mean, they get them in the base. They do get the shutdowns. It's not the worst, but right here, let's take this as an example. We're going to try and fight this dragon. I'm pretty sure Soimu sits here for a very long time and tanks a lot of damage while his team gets in. Yeah, it's hard for the Bandits.
Yeah,
they might have to give this up. They're TPing and they're going to fight it. They're just going to go.
Yeah, they have to get a stun on here, but no. The smite coming through from UKEL to find another pick as well onto Kenny as they take that Cloud Soul. And they're just going to keep fighting this Clicker. There's not much left as JB looking to find something here. Just going to have to back away. Looks for a shuffle out, but UKEL, again, the Q to finish him off. And you have to think, 27-5, that's all she wrote for the Bandits in this first game.
Yeah, you imagine this is going to be the end. Hold your breath and count to 10, I think the lyrics of the song did from James Bond. They're not going to be able to do much more here, the side of the Bandits. They've really been dominated from start to finish in this game on 27-5, 14k gold lead.
13-1-10 for UKEL. That's
Yeah,
insane. Make that,
he's got another
sorry.
one. I'll,
That's
okay,
another
good.
one. That's
There's another one. 13, 1, and 11.
I think the best way to
he's
describe
killing
this
them all.
is genuinely a supreme display of talent across the board.
Absolved. Brutal game one.
Domination.
I thought this was going to be a bit of a closer match, at least on paper. And I think overall what we've seen is UKEL's come in and said, no more messing around. Like, we may have had not the greatest display in the first week, despite the 2-0. We're going to prove that against teams that have been rated above us or maybe around us, we're just going to absolutely dumpster them. And I'll be honest with you, this was a destruction from start to finish. There's very few moments here. There's like 2 moments the Bandits can point to and say, that was a good thing. We did a good thing there. And everything else was just absolved all the way.
I don't think there's a better way to put it. We saw that one catch on Emil early, but what else did they do there? It just felt like Absolved had everything they needed to do anything they wanted. They weren't stopped at any point. They just took it and ran.
Yeah. And I think if you are now going to this game 2, there's a lot of things to think about with bans. Rise looked pretty good for Emil. I think Kiana looked pretty good on the old for UKEL. Do you ban that out? Because remember, this isn't Fearless, so you're going to have to come in with something. You are on the other side of the draft. Maybe you can get a strong first pick. Well, I think we might have to have a look going into game 2 if they can bring it back. Because Bandits need wins. They can't be 10th again. You can't be 10th again. You can't do this to me.
It'd be really, really nice to see them put forward a little bit of a better performance, and I'm hoping they do, because they do have a lot of potential here. But we'll have to see what happens in that second game, as we're going to throw to a little bit of a break for now, get ready for game 2 between Absolved and the Bandits. So we'll catch you on the flip side.
Stjörnor helt vindring spär
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Four Nations Spring 2026 split. We just had Absolved of playing against the Bandits, where Absolved, to put it politely, dominated game number 1. I think. Do you have anything else to say, Rob?
I think we have to be quite polite here.
We do.
And say that they had 2 plays that went quite well. But I think the rest of the game was all Absolved all the way.
It was very
It's a very, very hard thing to... It's a very difficult game to watch, I think, because I think it just went so wrong so early, and they just kept going wrong and wrong. And there's like a period in that game between like 12 and 18 minutes where it just seemed to be they just ran to a lane, killed a member of Bandits, then ran to the next lane, and then killed another member of the Bandits, then ran to the next lane and killed another member of the Bandits.
Pretty much how it happened.
And if that's happening, trying to stop the rot in a game like that, if you're the Bandits, you're almost thinking of game 2 while it's happening, because everywhere you look, everything's on fire. And if you're the Aphelios in that game, Gabby's scoreline wasn't the best in out of context, but in context was probably the best in the game. And he was like 1-4-1 or something. Yeah, it's hard to play the game.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, there were flashes of good plays, let's say. They had some good ideas coming through. They had some really nice engages at times, but the follow through wasn't there. They didn't have the right target priority as well. Hopefully, I mean, obviously it's only been 10 minutes or so, but fingers crossed, those 10 minutes have been a godsend. They fixed all their issues, and we can go into the second game with a little bit more confidence and hopefully some of that coordination to finish things off.
Yeah, so there is a concern I have for the Bandits roster in terms of the structure. So what we saw when they got that finals run in the beginning of last year was they played around Lunkerfer. It was all about Lunkerfer. They've had Loopy play, weak side. They had JB play, a Syndra. Elendil was their ADC at the time. He played like the Ashes and the Corkies, but a lot of Ash. And it was a lot of, let's play setup lanes and have our carry jungler run around and do carry things. And Lunkerfer would run rings around enemy jungle. He would be in the enemy bot lane at the right time, pick up a double kill and run away with the game.
Yeah.
And I look at how they're playing now, and it does feel like, to me, they are like a team with facilitating lanes, so to speak, without that threat coming from jungle. That's not Clicker's fault. He was on a Vi this game, for example. No. But my question is like, if you're all in that mindset of, we're here to support, who is the person stepping up and doing the damage? Because I don't think they really facilitated Gabby to play this game, for example. I think he was kind of sat there waiting. I don't think that he really had people to peel for him, and nor did he really feel like he had any setup. Even though it was there, you saw the fight in bot lane. Thresh was in front of him, and Clicker's ult in the Jinx. Clicker's in Narnia, while they're trying to kill a Thresh who has like Aftershock or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Just too tanky. They're not going to get through him. And I think that is where we're seeing this sort of mismatch where they need to find an identity here, the Bandits, because I don't think that identity is going to be let's weak side all of our lanes, because it doesn't work. It doesn't work in League of Legends. You give up too much.
Yeah, I think you put it perfectly there. They almost have to find a way to get someone. It doesn't matter who that someone is. You can play for JB if you want. You can play for Gabby if you want. But you have to play for someone to step up to be that carry. But
could it be Clicker?
It could be Clicker.
He's got a temple to do it.
Exactly. Clicker is that carry jungler, but they've put him on the Vi for that first game, and sure, he might well be a good Vi. He didn't really see much of it that last game. It's just a complete stomp from Solved, but you have to try and have one of those carries. You have to facilitate somebody in this situation, and hopefully they've taken this 15 minutes to come up with something.
A game plan. I don't think you see there when you play. When I say a team like Absolved, I'm really talking about Emil Rhythm, because they have a lot of experience. You can go check out the game teams they played before. Emil's played NLC Div 1. Not Emil, Rhythm played NLC Div 1, on Rich Gang. Emil's been around the scene for a long time, playing on a lot of very competitive teams. And what we've seen when it comes to that is if you fight them in like this standard 5v5, that's comfortable for them. That's comfy. It's like a lovely, warm, snuggly blankie. They're sat there like, yippee! I get to have people in front of me and I hit enemy champions and no one hits me. Woohoo! Which you don't want to be fighting that. I think at this stage for the Bandits, I do think you do need to be getting wins against teams like this, because I think, like, let's take Broads and Chi, which is happening off screen at the moment. I think the first game went to Broad, for example. Both those teams are phenomenal. So let's imagine those teams are hard to beat. If you're the Bandits, you lost to Inari, who's around you. So if we're putting Absolved close to that pack, although I do think they draw away, they need to sort something out. This draft, by the way, these are going to be standard bans, I imagine, for when these teams face up. You're going to see Clicker get rid of those junglers taken away, so he doesn't have that facilitation.
Yeah, exactly.
Varus is broken. Rise is the strongest mid laner, and they don't want to first pick it on the Bandits. And Urgot is the one trigger the top laner of Resolve, so not much is going to change here.
This is pretty standard, but it kind of begs the question then, if you are the Bandits here, what do you first pick on B1 here? What's your play? You have to try and find something.
Let me think. Yone's gone. You could argue to just go for like an Orianna or go for... I don't like Orianna first pick personally, but you could Orianna, Azir, something like this. Rumble is still up.
Yeah,
okay, there you go. Rumble is... I didn't like it last game.
No,
it didn't feel comfy for Loopy. And they're just going to go on again. And it was a fine matchup. And like, Soyu just sat there and did all things of clicking the wave. I don't know if it's the strongest pick for them.
I think watching at some of the players top side with Loopy and Soimu, it wasn't the worst Rumble performance. It was the fact that the rest of Absolve were there to help get Soimu ahead for that first, the first couple of minutes. And then once you've had that first kill, you can just take the rest of the lane from there. There's nothing you can do if you're Loopy in that position. That said, it wasn't the worst. It was just, it wasn't doing anything wrong, but it didn't do what it needed to, right?
And I think as the game went on, it was harder. Like Loopy trying to find farm anywhere, getting caught outside. That's just the natural progression. You can't sit in base as like a 0-item Rumble and being like, I'm useful, guys, because you're not.
No.
So he did end up dying a lot on those sides. Yeah, you have to attempt to get gold into you, as we see the Azir and the unlocking, not a surprise. Emil's known for Azir in this league. They're going Diana!
They've said it. They heard you. Yasuo, though. Okay.
They're actually doing a thing.
They're doing a thing. Listen, we said we needed to get a carry for the Bandits, and that's exactly what they've done here. Get Clicker on one of those carry champs like Diana. I mean, we just had it nerfed, but Dusk and Dawn is still really strong on Diana.
And if anything, I need to read the exact changes because they were putting together like we're going to increase the HP on it and reduce the AD ratio.
Yeah,
which is funny because the HP is actually more beneficial for these champions that go in than the AD. Like it's the double hit that's the problem.
That's the thing,
not the ratio on the spellblade. But either way,
we're not here to discuss the state of the game. We're here to discuss Emil.
What's being picked in
3.
Yeah, jungle for what you'd imagine for the side of Resolve. There is technically a flex, but Mundo is a jungler at the moment. Just generally quite good. If you look at the side of the Bandits, yes, they have a bit of max HP damage with a Rumble, but do you really want to jump into a Mundo who's not going to be affected by any of your abilities? You're not going to be able to knock him up? No. So he's going to be able to farm just fine. He's going to run around the map doing Mundo things, get to level 11, then level 16, and then run over your team, which is what he does anyway. So scary champ to see here.
It's going to be quite scary as well. I mean, just to quickly jump back a little bit, an Ornn item on a Mundo sounds quite scary. Getting
it's another
that upgraded
1,000 gold free num.
Yeah, exactly. Getting an upgraded Heartsteel or something sounds terrifying. No.
I mean, the fact that Mundo, we haven't seen it too much. I think in the UKEL in terms of drafting, we obviously see it banned a little bit as well. Like I think Verdant had it banned against him because it is one of Podex's more played junglers. Like it is still one of the best mid junglers in the game, so it's not surprising to pick it up. Again, it's support ban time. You're going to see support bans in support ban time. Welcome everyone. It's Rel and Nautilus taken off the board, the Poppy answer, and then the Braum, which is just interesting to me that they're banning the Braum. I guess because they did get sort of flummoxed by this, I will say, in their last draft against Inari, where you're in this situation where when you're on blue side, they now can take their ADC here, Absolve, right? So then if you're the Bandits, you're actually... Well, they're going to take Thresh again. I've lied to everyone. I have lied.
Rob.
I have lied. I would say what happened to them before was ADC was picked and then they had support counter pick on 5 Absolve. So you actually have to ban out the support counters. But now they're just going to pick Thresh and they're not going to care. Or Rakan. They've taken that off the board.
Yeah. Well, why not? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think, well, if this were going to be the Thresh, I don't think anyone would argue. Gibble had a very good performance on it there. But, I mean, if they just want to give Gibble a pick there so they can try and get a counter for Rhythm here, I don't hate this.
I can kind of get it.
Counter pick, but
I usually see support counter pick. It's interesting because now you do give them like their choice of supports. It's going to be, well, let's think what's left. Leona is an option. They've picked in Smolder, which is kind of crazy. Interesting. I assume just thinks it's a free scale. Wants to scale into the lane and be a threat later.
Well,
doesn't go for something like the Aphelios. Doesn't go for the Aphelios.
No.
Doesn't go for anything like that. Just goes for, I'm just going to hit and hope that I get to 225 stacks and kill everyone. Well, there is a Leona here. I don't think you're doing much in the way of like peeling supports because Braum and
No,
Poppy
not
are taken off the board.
particularly. So what do you try and take here?
Like it's a hard choice. I do think you're gonna go. They're gonna go for Nico. Like, actually, that completely escaped my mind. Nico is
Yeah,
still one of the
that's a good
strongest
shout,
supports on the patch.
actually.
Lots of zone control in team fights. Another way of
Yeah.
knocking people up, maybe, or at least extending the fights with the big AOE from the Diana. And the Zaya here does get quite a lot of value. So
It
it's
very
going
much
to be, I
does.
imagine, Zaya Rakan, because the ability to say no to the enemy engage will be absolutely huge, and it is. And it's
Yeah.
rhythm on Zaya Rakan in a great Zaya Rakan. Rhythm Gibble, Rhythm Bean Lord, whatever you want to call him on Zaya Rakan in a very good Zaya Rakan game.
I don't think.
Bandits need this
Yeah.
needs to be Clicker show. Clicker needs to show us why he plays Diana and why he's 1.2 KLP.
Yeah. I mean, exactly that. You keep saying Clicker has to be the one to take it home, and hopefully we're gonna have to see that stay, because at the moment it's looking like Absolved are in a really. It just immediately they do look like they've got the better draft here.
More solid. They've got, we saw that matchup last game with the Ornn and the Rumble in top lane. Looked really good. At least, it was pretty even. And then UKEL kind of visited and made it very hard for Loopy to play the rest of the game. But it was even at most of the game. Azir versus Yasuo in mid lane. There's things both champions can do here. Generally, level 1, Yasuo's been changed into this kind of lane bully, takes E level 1, dashes on the wave. So as long as Azir respects that, there's a good chance for him here to actually be able to, just farm naturally in this game. The juggle matchup doesn't really matter. You need to look at the state of the entire game. And if you look at it, I don't know who's killing Mundo if he gets a lead or if he gets online and gets to level 11. And on the other side, I don't know how you're killing like your Yasuo or Diana. Like, who are you targeting with Yasuo or Diana this game? It's just Azir.
Yeah, it's not exactly what you want to be seeing if you're the Bandits here. I liked the idea. I think the concept was there, but as soon as Absolve picked up that Mundo and Rakan, there was nothing really there for the Bandits.
It's hard. It's very hard. I think that the Bandits, they kind of they had this issue against Zanari in the draft as well, where I think they ran out of steam on their last picks as well. It doesn't really feel to me like they sat there and were like, we really want small 4-5. I think they looked at what was happening, they looked at the bans and they thought, we banned our own Poppy. They've taken the Rakan because we look like they kind of maybe wanted a Rakan pick.
Yeah.
We're going to have to go for a Nico here. It's good into Rakan, but is it good enough in the state of the entire game? I just see a Mundo running at you and killing you.
Yeah, that's the scary thing. I think having that Nico does give your Diana a little bit more potential to go in for a dive with the rest of the team maybe, but it's a risky one to make. There is a lot of CC, so you can get rid of that shield from the Mundo. I wouldn't say easily, but you can get rid of it and hopefully make something happen off the end of that. But given the synergy we've seen from them in that last game, it's kind of a bit of a gamble here.
Yeah, it to me they seemed like disjointed in that last game, or not
Very
on the
much
same,
so.
Very much not on the same page. And so when you're now playing a Yasuo or Diana draft versus a Zaya, might I add as well. So you need to be aware that not only can Azir, use the Emperor's Divide and just say, no, Diana, goodbye. You don't get to knock anyone up. You also then got to contend with the fact that Zaya has her own self-peel, and then you don't have any targets really past that for your combo. And that's going to mean that they need to get leads early on, be really much on the same page about forcing a Zaya ult, for example, not giving rhythm angles in these fights to actually hold that Feather Storm as long as possible, and then use it on the combo as it comes through. Getting them to burn it early is going to be absolutely massive. Maybe on a Rumble Ultimate, that's a possibility. But otherwise, it's going to be quite hard to lock people down. And I mean, the draft is just a standard, it's just another team fighting draft for Absolved. And they showed how good they were last game at doing that. So if you're the Bandits, I think you're going to have to show a lot in the first 15 minutes of this game and not just roll over and die.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a harsh way to put it, but I'm not going to disagree with you. You have to try and take the initiative here. In comparison to that last game, though, they did try and make some of those aggressive plays, particularly with their Vi, but there wasn't the follow-up. That's what concerns me. They did try to be these aggressors with the Vi, with the Leona, but where it kind of became a bit of a problem was they didn't have the follow-up. They couldn't make anything of those engages. And then Absolve just kind of took it from there. As soon as you have a Vi or a Leona jumping in on you, you can abuse that. If there's nothing, no one else coming into that fight, you can absolutely abuse that and then sweep the rest of the fight from there. So if you're Bandits, the first thing first, you have to find that synergy to just go straight in. We're all going in, we're all going out. Because you cannot be separated at this point. If you separate yourselves, if you are half a second too slow, you're not really in any position to do anything here. And that's what scares me about this. You have to be perfect timing-wise. You have to be perfect every single engage, every single little timing, you have to be perfect. Otherwise, we've seen how it happens. We've seen exactly how Absolved will counter this, and they have the better draft to counter these engages as well. You have to be clinical.
Yeah, I also think my big concern looking at it as well is like the lanes, just straight up the lane matchups. Rumble, Ornn, pretty neutral. Yasuo, Azir can be a skill matchup, but I've seen Azirs complain about Yasuo's and Yasuo's complain about Azirs. So
A skill matchup.
overall, yeah, skill matchup, I would say, but I do worry. I do worry because Emil is a significantly better Azir than I would say he was a Rise. At least, I mean, he does play Rise very well, but I've seen some insane performances on him on Azir in the UKEL.
Emil has been
That's
incredibly
more
solid.
what I'm saying in that regard. I think he's incredibly good at that champ. And then in bot lane, you've got Smolder Nico versus Zyra Khan. I think the Nico is going to have to put in a massive shift. So there's a lot on here on Kenny to stabilize that bot lane, which didn't look great last game. They were pushed in pretty much from minute one.
I mean,
so they need lanes to do well in isolated. They then need to make sure, let me just, that they are all on the same page in team fights. And then they also need to make sure that they're able to burn the right cooldowns before those fights, because Xayah can just press R and negate everything you're doing anyway, even if you are on the same page.
Yeah.
So, which was 3 things we didn't see last game.
No, we didn't.
So we've
see
asked
any
a
of those
lot
things.
for our players here. We've asked a lot of improvement within 15 minutes of discussion. Let's see if they can do it.
I'm really hopeful. I mean, you have to hope that these things will work out for them, but it is that scary thing that you don't know if it's going to happen. I very much agree with the sentiment, though.
Did Bandits take over the broadcast? Did Bandits take over the broadcast and me not glazing that? I'm sorry, I apologise. Bandits are the best team in the UKL and they're going to win the entire thing. Please let me back in.
Thank you, Rob. You're getting your money now, you're all right.
My money, yeah. And my PayPal, no, never mind. We can't discuss that on stream. Well, don't worry, slide into my DMs for that one. But no, as we go into this game, Avi, there's an Ignite on the Yasuo. He's looking to kill him. And there's an exhaust on Emil, so he's not going to die.
I was just thinking that myself. I saw that immediately, and that's taken me back slightly. Not expecting to see the exhaust coming through, but I don't dislike it. It's a weird one, but I think it does give the Azir a little bit that potential to survive those engages. You were saying during the draft, having that Diana Yasuo, the only real engage combo you have is onto that Azir. So having the ability to block some of that with the exhaust, it makes sense. I don't dislike it. It's going to be a weird one to see, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and I want to also put, like, we're discussing about like the team fights that will be happening at 15 to 20 minutes when they have these combos up and everyone's around rather than these little scuffles 2v2. But I do want to have a little like a zone in on this bot lane, because I think this is somewhere where last game Gabby and Kenny, they were really pushed in from minute one, and it made sense with how the matchup was going, but they really need to show up a lot more solidly in this game too, and give you something to also like give you a fallback, which is what this folder often ends up being for a lot of the teams, at least in the UK scene. And I just want to see them, they're laning. I'd like to have a bit of a focus on making sure that, against a bot lane that Gibble's been pretty decent in UKL, but Rhythm has always been, up there with the best, if not the best.
I mean, Rhythm's already proven early to be one of the premier ADCs in 4 nations this split. I think that's fair to say.
And every split he's ever been in, ever. I think if you come for the king, you best not miss. And I think Bandits missed last game. And this game, they've very much got to hit
I think
all of their abilities onto him and kill him.
We've mentioned it before, but Gabby coming off of Absolved from last split, you have to think there's a lot to prove here, and we're not seeing that just yet. So surely, I don't have much faith in this duo of Smolder Nico, but you have to make that attempt here. You have to say this is your last stand to prove against your old team why they needed you. But at the same time, Rhythm, a bit too good to deny almost.
Yeah, I mean, he is at that level in the UK scene. He's always been seen as, he's up there. You say his name and he appears. His name, I believe in Rhythm. He very much is someone that disappears for a bit. He came back last bit, for example, onto Chi on playoffs, and he looked incredibly good in the few series they had there. Took the eventual champions, in my opinion, all the way. And even though it was a series that went 2-0, he looked incredibly strong in that. He's now come here onto Absolved, and he's already kind of showing what he's here to do, which is carry games. He's up a little bit, yes, but the wave is pushing in. And again, it's a pretty standard, ships in the night for the junglers, both full clearing, both getting a crab. Well, then they'll go for some vision on the other side, and then they'll probably look for recall unless there's a gank opportunity available. It's quite a slow-ish early game, nothing really happening.
It's just the way you play the game these days, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You don't really want to be looking much early, but
Oh,
JB,
you say that.
he saw they pinged on the Mundo. He doesn't have to burn anything. He is alive. But Clicker here, maybe looking for a scuffle. I'd be a bit
I'd be
surprised.
surprised, very surprised if Dino even attempted to go for anything here. Doesn't have any of the tools you'd really want to, but even then, even if you did have those tools, you're jumping on a Mundo. Would you want to do that? I say that as Rhythm going to flash away, trying to get something onto Gabby here. Has to back off for now, though. They did manage to make some of a play happen. Barrier comes forward with the heal to keep Gabby going, but this isn't a horrible start. They are in a bit of a sticky position, though. I say that. Gibble linking health bars. They're just going to be able to back out for now. There's nothing... They don't have the damage just yet to make these plays happen properly. So you are just in a position where you can just walk away.
Yeah, and also let's forget you're burning flash on there as Desire just to get the barrier and the heal out, which is not always the best trade. If could maybe look to punish that fact that flash is down on that ADC. That's a possibility for a little inroad here. Loopy also, by the way, having a bit of a better shot. I felt like he had a harder time early on in that game one than he is having here in this top lane matchup, where he's not had to reset yet and TP back in. They're very much even. He's now looking for the reset, and Soymu's going for it despite not having TP up. So Loopy's having a better game. I'd say the bot lane, they're struggling a little bit here, but they haven't that's kind of expected for me early on against Rhythm. And then in mid lane, JB's having a good time.
Yeah,
JB's having a much more
consistent
consistent time than last game. Everything's a bit more stable. At least it was stable for the first 4 minutes of the last game, and then Uki got one kill, and it seemed to suddenly all go terribly wrong. But
well, it does appear to...
They are
You've got a bit of a
cast
cast as well, so...
Yeah, it's my fault.
Yeah, maybe stop trying to say things along the lines
Just stop talking, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying that at all. I know we're all about Rob out here, but no, you just got to stop saying, oh, they can't do this, they can't do that, they've got to do this. Oh, hang on, they've done it.
It happens sometimes when you talk about League of Legends. Anyway, and it's back on the map. Diana on the bot side, getting some vision on the dragon. Already bought control wards. It's just quite a quiet period of time. I do think as this game goes on, it ends up becoming, as we said, at length execution based. If the game is in a sort of even state, but it should be favouring Absol. So if you are the bandits,
you'd like to think so.
You don't want to be sat there like what I want to be seeing is you see he's taking this early dragon. I want to see you, looking to burn Isaiah flashes as soon as possible, because if she's got Featherstorm and Flash, it's hard to make these plays happen, even at this stage in the game.
Definitely.
So it's down right now. Can you punish it? Unlikely. Featherstorm comes up. You need to get that out of her as well, as the dragon is taken.
Yeah.
Just overall, I'm looking at punishing Rhythm because I think he played an incredibly good game last game with Uki at the helm, and he could do that again this game, which would be a very happy player. And Clicker's mid.
Yeah, you say that. As Emil's going to try and alter away that Diana, as Uki's coming on in. The exhaust popped onto that Diana. Mundo maximum dosage looking for something onto JB. Doesn't quite have the follow-up just yet. As the knock-up going to come through. Airborne. But it's Kenny who picks up that first blood as the trade comes through. Emil picking off JB. Nico getting that first blood. Not what you want to see if you are the bandits, but you do get an important pick mid onto Uki's Mundo. It's not a horrible start for them. It's better than it was last game, but not the gold going where you want it to.
Yeah, getting on the Nico. Yes, Nico support can do a lot of damage, but again, it isn't, your Yasuo or your Diana picking that up. It's also quite a shame because I think the Diana ulted, managed to knock up at least Emil, and then there wasn't any Yasuo to follow for that instant lockdown.
No,
so it could have maybe been a bit cleaner. They played it a bit slower to get Kenny in there, I guess, but I guess he got the kill. Maybe he's feeling pretty happy. All the summoners now blown, on either side, other than the flash for the Mundo, both mid and jungle flashes burnt for bandits, does mean that it's hard. They can't go for a more aggressive play until those are back up. They are going to have to dash in, without that extended play. I think like you want to get more when you're looking for these plays in mids. And the Mundo, who's down a bit of CS, Diana does clear very fast. Doesn't feel too bad because, again, once he gets level 11, that maximum dosage heals you so much that you don't really care about the enemy team. Yeah, you don't care. Yeah, exactly. You just don't care about the enemy team if you're Mundo at that stage. So I do think Bandits need some... Yeah, they need something early on in this game. They need to make something happen.
Yeah.
Again, I think they should be looking mid on their ult cooldowns again, mid and jungle.
They absolutely have
to.
Go
and kill Emil.
You've now given Emil a bit of a gold lead with that kill, so you've got to be really careful how you play this from now on. But fingers crossed for the Bandits. They've got something up their sleeves. They haven't lost too much just yet. So they are still in a fine position.
They're ahead in gold. They're ahead in goal, but I don't
This
think
is
it's a massive
pretty
lead. They're doing
solid.
what they need to do here as well, which is that I think you need to be, with playing Diana Yasuo, put that combo together as much as possible. There's no exhaust, no flash. They're looking for a meal again. Clicker's going to wait here as long as it takes.
Oh, you say that. We're looking onto the bot side. Is this Featherstorm going to come through onto Gabby, and the rest of Absolve just going to come straight on through? They will be able to take the pick traded, though, as they do manage to take down Gabby for Gibble here. Nuki almost diving onto Kenny here. Thinking about it, you can see the vision for this Mundo, but he's going to use the pressure to try and keep it away. I say that, JB going on to a meal here. Both ults forced out for both mid laners, but there isn't really as much of a follow-up here. They do get so much more trade coming through on to JB here with the help of the turret shots, but there's nothing just yet. You cannot afford to fight these fully without the support of your team.
Yeah, and again, you don't expect to see many 1v1 kills in this matchup. It does come down to matching up that Dino with a Yasuo. Burning that last breath means that now you're not going to see a combo go onto Emil until that exhaust is, likely back up again. Makes it a bit harder to make the play. In the bot lane,
I thought you were going to continue on. I thought you had a point there for a second, Rob.
No. I was going to say, overall,
we've
I
lost
think
Rob.
that...
Oh, well. I think...
I'm back. No, I'm back. I'm back.
Oh, you're back. You're alive.
Hello. Sorry about that. That was my mic being a bit funky. So basically, I think that if you are, the Azir in this game, you've got to be a bit safe. Elsewhere on the map, though, you saw that bot lane play. Xayah just, demolishing, honestly, in this bot lane in terms of CS. It shows how good the quality that Rhythm has. This Smolder is scaling, but is it going to be scaling fast enough is the question we'll have to answer, because right there, that's kind of the angle where you maybe saw a play to happen, and it just didn't for the bot lane of Absolved.
Fast enough?
God, JB's in a bad spot. If he plays that minion, he's in a rough way.
He's done it, and you can see Uki going forwards. Windwall just to block it out for now. Just get to walk out, but a few turret shots coming through onto Uki. He doesn't really care, though. You're Mundo. You go where you please. You do not care what JB's Yasuo has to say about it. You lose the shield? That's all right. You take 2 turret shots, that's alright, you're just going to keep on going because you're Dr. Mundo.
You are. And you don't really mind if you end up just taking a bit. The Heartsteel stack is worth more than your HP, as once again in the bot lane, it's a push in for the side of Absolved, and they are now up, a little bit of CS. Smolder's still scaling. Dusk and Dawn completed on Diana, though, so she is quite scary. This is the spike. This is what we need to see this. I also want to see them make a play onto Emil as soon as possible.
Yeah, it almost
because
feels
again,
like
matching this Yasuo Diana up is kind of your win con in this early game.
That said, you see the rest of Absolve gonna look for something here. They're aware that something's happening on this mid lane. You can see Emil almost backing away, even without the vision on that mid brush there. Just gonna try and take this Drake for now, though. Is there any potential for a steal here? Clicker's not gonna go for it. Gonna go straight on in. As Kenny goes in with that Nico ultimate, does catch everybody there. As Bandit's fine too. They're going on in as Emil ults the way with the shuffle. Azuki goes in again. The Mundo so tanky already, only at level 9. That's going to keep Emil safe. That's going to keep them in this fight. Bandits look really solid there with a really nice engage and follow-up. But there was nothing else after that. So much sustain for this Mundo at only 11 minutes. And you can just walk out from there. You can afford to use your Azir divide here, and that's it. You can just get out from there free.
Absolutely. And then obviously we now see 2 dragons on the board for Absolved. You also see the fact that was your you're going for your combination if you are Bandits, and it didn't net you the lead that it wanted. You only really pick up 1 member, which means the next fight should be every successive fight. It becomes more and more about finding the right angle when certain cooldowns are down, and less about just full sending it. And so that was your first full send. You maybe get 1 more, possibly 2. And then beyond that, Absolve should just be able to just stand there and fight you before you get in.
That's the scary thing,
and then deny your engage. So they really need to there's only probably 2 more of these full wombo, Pop Blossom, Last Breath, Moonfall, I think it's called. Diana's
I think it's Moonfall off the top of my head.
I think it's Moonfall. They need no combo to match up
They're
again.
looking for it, though. Goes in, but the shuffle out from Emil. Instant reaction, doesn't need anything else. And it's almost exactly as you say, you have to find these picks now, because as soon as we get to that sort of 15-20 minute mark, is there really any potential for Bandits to make these more advanced plays with the Moonfall, with the Pop Blossom, with the Last Breath? I don't know.
it becomes more technical, like in the sense of it's no longer a we all run in and press our R key. It becomes a lot more like, okay, let's keep track of, we're far more, the feather storm is going to be up, the shuffle's going to be up. What angles can we come from where the denier of the engage is a lot harder to pull off?
Yeah.
Are we able to set up the vision where maybe we can get a pick first and then force?
Oh,
They're
here we
looking
go.
here. Oh my god.
Yeah, we'll be able to catch out the Nico for now, but there's nothing here. 2 TPs coming forward from the top laners. There you go, Loopy almost a bit out of position here, gets caught out. Pop Blossom does go through onto Udki's Mundo here, but they maximum dosage barely keeping them alive for now as Gabby finds that pick. Taking health bars for Rhythm as Clicker going to be able to find that pick. They're looking for more onto Soimu. Not going to be finding it for now, but that's 2 massive picks for Bandits here. Where did that come from? That came from nowhere. They had nothing for that entire fight, and then suddenly they turn it and find 2.
So I think Uki played a little bit too aggressive. He was doing the thing where you go, okay, I'm holding the enemy bot in a bay. You can kill the TP.
Yeah,
Rumble lived for an incredibly long time.
Yeah. Loopy,
and they just aren't able to shut him down. Clicker comes in. I will say as well, I don't know if I heard the sound of the Zyra ult. It didn't end up going off. So Clicker picking up that kill before Zyra ultimate comes down means that will be down now at least, for a little bit. It's still quite short cooldown ultimate.
One thing to keep an eye out for as well. This Smolder's 500-ish gold ahead, has that 150 stacks. Not looking bad for Gabby at this point. So keep an eye on this Smoldering, because in 10 minutes time, Smolder might just go from being pretty strong to the win condition for Bandits here. If you lose that combination with the Diana, with the Yasuo, and that Nico, maybe you just say, right, we're just going to go for engages. We're not looking for combos. We're just looking to play around our Smolder. I say that, though, they're playing really aggressive here onto Gibble, as the catch from Soimu will be able to find JB for now, but there's no follow-up for now.
There's no win wall.
No, forced out.
So all here, it's not available. So I have lied to everyone. So they're just going to back away. They're just walking away. They're going to look for push, and then maybe to look to recontest. But the little bit of a scuffle. They're looking to catch people out here. I like what Bandits are doing. They're playing much quicker than they did in that last game, right? Well, they were kind of answering to the beat of Absolved's drum, right? So now you saw Clicker there just playing aggressive into Joe, walking in there, trying to catch out Gibble. They get this Herald. They're now all playing together as a team. So maybe that 15 minutes of fame, well, 15 minutes did them good, in the downtime to actually say, how do we want to play this out? I do like how they're actually playing this Bandits, because now they're already forcing onto top turret, overloading with 3 members, looking to break that. Someone's going to have to come and answer this. Gabby's defending mid lane. Emil might be pushing bot, but you're going to push a lot faster. And so now Bandits are really speeding up the tempo because they know they need to keep going and going and going. And I feel like if you're absolved, you just have to absorb the pressure for the next 5 to 10 minutes and you have a chance. But let's not forget, Smolder scaling is very scary. What access you have onto him, we shall see. As in top lane, no one's come to help, so we miss it on camera, but Soimu has died and they're still pushing top and giving Dragon for it. This is a bit suspicious because there's a lot of gold going to the back pocket of those Bandits members.
Yeah, Bandits seem to be putting themselves in a really strong position here, just taking everything. They've taken 2 turrets on the top side, a kill as well. They traded out for a 3rd Drake for Absolve, but I think you're okay doing that if you're Bandits. You're best part of what, 2-3k gold up. This is really strong from Bandits. They've put themselves from looking a little bit difficult, a little bit shaky, and now they're in a really good position to take this even further. I like a lot of what I'm seeing here.
I like a lot. I also like, just going back to the draft, I like that they've got the confidence to put Clicker on like what would be his signature inverted commas Diana if you look at what he plays, because it shows a lot more like, okay, we're going to stop with this nonsense of playing Vi. We are going to play what you're comfortable doing, and we're going to facilitate that by picking up the Yasuo in mid lane when we usually see mages, right? We usually see Sleeper, Azir, Azir, Orianna, but that didn't happen this game, and we actually are being able to pick up that Yasuo in this matchup and
it's more interesting as well to watch.
It is as well, absolutely. Even kind of CS, picking up, he's got 1 item, probably going to that shield bow second, but Diana, 2 items completed, now running into enemy jungle. Does have to be a bit careful. He is strong, but there are members here to help. He doesn't have the support just yet. Okay, Yasuo is in range. Now means that she can easily kind of walk up and still fight for vision and space and control. There's nothing up for them to take right now, but the Bandits, they're looking really, really good. I think if you are absolved, this whole, you can't sit back forever. You are going to have to at least do something because you can't seed everything on the map. You haven't done that exactly. Soul is your win con right now if you can force a fight around that. But Mundo, he's working towards his second item. I'm saying get your second items online, absolved. then look to fight that dragon in, a few minutes. That should be a winning formula as long as all your summoners and your ultimates are up. If they're not,
No, absolutely with you there.
and they force it early, bandits, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they have to play for here. And they don't have. It's crazy to think they've got a Rakan, they've got an Ornn, but they haven't got the same level of engage that bandits do. They haven't got the fight potential. When there's just a lot to go off of here. There's so much aggression from bandits. We were criticizing a little bit of their aggressive plays in that previous game, but they found some incredible angles with these aggressions. And even if the combos aren't as strong, they've been able to just aggress with so much power. They can just make it happen.
I also think here, we talk about engage. Let's not forget for all ultimate, there is still a win wall available, right?
That there is.
So you're going to be able to at least somewhat, as long as it's up, deny one form of engage. So then you're leaving a lot on there to either forcing win wall early or onto the Rakan to look for something, or a Mundo running in you. There's always an answer for a shuffle, but if you are Azir in this game, I don't think you'd really want to slide into the enemy team that has multiple ways of CCing you, knocking you up, and then insta-killing you. So if you're really looking here at the Rakan to maybe get look for a flash engage onto the Smolder, things like this, because at the moment they are playing quite slow here. Absolve. They're sitting back, they're waiting for the play to happen, and that works if you get a fast track onto objective and they're playing into you. But if with how the bandits are playing, they're playing into your enemy jungle, you don't have a chance to fight for that vision. Because you see, look at the vision right now, it's quite defensive for Absolved. You see on that bot side jungle, they're all defending their own entrances. They haven't pushed that much past the river in the past 10 minutes. They're just sitting back and waiting, and Smolder's still scaling. It could come down to one big fight of fully stacked Smolder, Diana Yasuo versus can Xayah peel herself, and does Azir have the damage?
Well,
and that is a question we're going to answer at Drake, I'm assuming, rather than the Baron.
You'd think so. I mean, we're not far off it either. That Smolder, 217, 220 now. You'd think that come this next fight, we're in execute range. And that's what's going to be really scary for Absolved. What do you do? What's your answer when you got all this raw strength and aggression coming through, and there's a Smolder just melting through and executing? How do you find that? You have to find some kind of amazing engaged team fight here, because it's looking like bandits. It's going to be difficult as well for both sides. Almost, it's crazy to say because there's nearly a 5k gold lead for the bandits here, but with the right engage, with the right disengage as well from Absolved,
it's execution based, right? It's execution based. I do want to say, right now, if you're Absolved, I think you can drop this Drake.
Yeah.
I think that even though it is like inverted commas your win con and like Smolder has scaled, I do think you look at like Xayah's items and it feels quite bad to not have Infinity Edge finished, right? Like it feels quite bad to be sat on not even 2 items at 21 minutes, and you look at across the other side and everyone else has them. And they now have to walk them through mid versus a team comp that they'd rather have playing into them here, Absolved. Let's see if they can make it happen, because Ornn's going in.
Yeah, Soimu very aggressive here, just going to get rooted up for now as they look towards this Drake. Absolved potentially looking to just secure it here with this Infernal Soul. Be huge for them here as they're going to try and get this root off. The Pot Blossom comes forward, doesn't catch him Meal just yet, going straight onto Soimu, but the flash away from Rhythm does catch everybody nearly, but there's not enough follow through just yet. The Smolder execute is demolishing the team, and everyone from the side of bandits finding value as they just keep going. They keep going in this fight. They melt through the health bars and take that Infernal Drake. They're looking for more. They're going to try and turn their sights towards this Baron Nashor. And what do you have to answer for it? What do you do in this position? Because they just had nothing in that fight. They made those fancy plays, Absolved, but that's all you had. You had the fancy plays. The damage wasn't there.
There's a lot to bring up on what just happened. I think you saw Emil get a decent chunk onto Clicker. It looked like, okay, are they going to slow play this fight? No, because the root from Kenny manages to land onto Emil, manages to get a decent Pot Blossom, burning like Emil's flash. They get his exhaust down as well. And already, because of the way that they all flood forward the bandits, it was like members just drop instantly for Absolved. And it took Rhythm, honestly, doing some fancy feats to even get enough damage down to make that fight to be as good as it could be, and it wasn't good at all. Man, if you're absolved, you're now like in a spot where this team comp, which you said we got this Xayah, it counters the engage. Well, the Smolder is actually the biggest threat that you're seeing right now. They're going for JB here. They are trying to overload on
They
side,
will be
and
able
this
to catch him,
JB's
though.
dead.
Yeah,
JB's
that's it.
dead.
That's it. They've had that good engage. You say that. The flash away,
Hold on.
though.
Yeah, you go.
Just about managing to find the pick with the Azir Q. But there you go. Uki's gone all the way in. And now there's nothing left. They overextend for the fight. They overextend for the kill onto JB. And that's just it. Clicker looking for a dive onto Gibble. Doesn't have everything. Will be able to find the pick, though, with the ulti. Moonfall onto the Rakan. And what do you even have for Absolved here? Bandits have got everything they need here.
Yeah, so you see what you should be doing if you're in that behind state as a team. They look to make a play onto the onto side lane and play it faster than they think the bandits can respond.
Yeah.
JB probably
slightly.
should have fallen a bit quicker. He did end up being able to get out for the longest time, as they're now trying to defend this. This is quite hard to actually make happen, and this turret will fall. They should be fighting here, by the way, Absolved. They've got members recovering, but I think if you are the bandits, you can easily walk this one out, and I think you just need to collect the gold where you can, as Xayah's been killed. That's why you don't chase,
That is just a champion diff at this point. Execute and burn coming through from that little dragon. And then, yeah, we keep saying this, but what can Absolved do in this position? They're trying to make that aggressive play, as we saw onto JB. But the fact he was able to survive that long allows the rest of Bandits to just come in and sweep the rest of the team after the overextension. Now we're getting into that point of a bit of fear, almost, if you're Absolved. What do you do here?
You can see it. Desperation.
They're going on to JB again, but there you go. Gabby's there with the Smolder, just melting through these health bars. And Gibble falls again. The ulti coming through. Mom not quite able to find that pick onto the Dr. Mundo. But from here, again, they are making these aggressive plays. They're trying to make it happen. But they don't have the timing properly. They're overextending that little bit. As here we go, combos are coming through. Doesn't even matter, though. If Empress Divide can be able to take that pick, though, as the last breath coming forward onto that Xayah doesn't go for anything. As there we have it. Gabby cleaning up the melt coming through from the bandits. And it's clean. It is clean from the bandits here. They lose Kenny in the process. But it's all for nothing. It doesn't matter. They tried to go for these plays. They caught them out. It doesn't matter. Diana 5-0-11. Gabby Smolder 8-1-9. It's all Gibble against the world. And that's going to be it. As Bandits, they had it. They found this adaptation in this second game. No one saw this coming. After that first game, it was almost dead.
It was all absolved in that first game. It was all absolved. And in this second game, the Bandits have come out absolutely swinging. Again, these are wins they need to be picking up against teams close to them in the pack, right? They have, they have the Inaris, they have the Absolves, there's the Verdants, there's the Bulldogs. They need to pick up every win they can, because I think even the lower tier, like we'll put like Nuclear Vikings Natives as two of the lower tier promoted teams. They are hungry. And I think what this also showed was that Nuclear Vikings, like in that previous game against Absolved, took Absolved all the way, and Absolved made a lot of mistakes. And you saw at the end of this game too, where like Absolved felt desperation. Like you saw Utki and Gibble go for a play onto JB. There were only two of them there. They were like, well, we can definitely kill this Yasuo. He's definitely going to die. And I think that's just desperation play.
They absolutely could have, but
it's comp.
No.
There are people always covering. You cannot just go for desperation. This isn't solo queue. No. So I think there's a lot of mistakes here made by Absolved in this game, but great play by Bandits. I just want to say, incredible play by Bandits.
I can't credit them enough, can you?
You look at the draft, and you see, Xayah versus a very heavily engaging composition. Xayah has a decent early laning phase where, she's up CS. You think, okay, is this going to be a rhythm game where he's going to be able to put a lot of damage? No, it doesn't happen. Smolder scales into the game pretty quickly, not the fastest, but gets in there, gets items online, is ahead of Xayah in gold. Yeah, higher, more items, and just incredible play all round, to be honest with you, from every member of Bandits to honestly come back from what was a pretty devastating loss in the first game. And they get on the board. That's more importantly, they get a game on the board. So they're now 1-3.
That's what you need.
But that's important when you're in that sort of bucket of crabs. Everyone's fighting everyone to be able to get into playoffs. Yeah.
I know, very much so, especially if we're calling Absolved one of the stronger teams we have at the moment, especially with that bot lane duo. If Bandits are able to find the adaptation to come up and have a really, really strong performance. This is really good. This is exactly what you need after those games earlier this week, earlier last week as well. I have nothing but praise for them at the moment. That's amazing.
They've been able to pick up a win. They've been able to showcase that maybe they have ways, they have plans. I think that's the big thing. I wasn't happy with their draft decisions going in that first game. I feel like that didn't feel bandits to me.
It didn't.
They didn't feel Click. Click is meant to be a carry. Put him on a carry, and you see him on his Diana, and he puts in the digits.
Exactly
he
that.
puts
You
in
have
the work.
to play to your strengths, but that's what we've seen. They've adapted. They've realised they have to play around the strengths as opposed to what's meta, and it's worked for them.
Yeah, and I think if you are now other teams in the league, I felt like after the loss to Inari, some teams were going, like I would say something like the Rises, the Verdants, they were looking at Bandits and going, they're an easy target, like that's someone we can get games off of. And now, if you are those teams, you're going, actually, we have to think about the Diana.
Yeah.
You have to think about like this combo in mid lane of the Yasuo. There's now Kenny's playing Nico, one of the strongest supports on the patch. We have to think about that, which now means that there's more prep you have to do than just going, we're just going to team fight them. They seem to be putting up a great show in team fights. We're going to out team fight them. Yep. Put Clicker on carries, and he carries, as it turns out. Who could have seen that one coming?
That's all the Bandits need. Find a carry, and then that's it. That's what we were talking about in the first game, though. You have to have a carry. They didn't have that in game 1. They do in that second game, and look what happens.
And now, I think that might we come to the end here, haven't we?
I think we have, yes.
I think it's time for everyone to go have a nice nap. I think Clicker can go to bed feeling very happy. He's won a game.
It's 10 o'clock,
UKL.
mate. We're going to bed.
Go to bed. It's even later for him. I think he's in. I think he's in Spain. The Bandits, the Dutch favourites. Their owner can also go to bed feeling very happy. So unless we've got anything else to talk about, anything else for Prod, I think it's almost time to call it for us here, isn't it, Avi?
I think that
Nothing from you?
I think that's all we have to say for tonight. So, no? Any finishing things you have to say, Rob?
No. I think that's all. We can leave it on the Bandits picking up their first win in the UKL. Yeah. Clicker making a statement in this game 4 for them. They're a terror to be watched out for. We'll have to see if they can bring up more wins in the following weeks.
Fingers crossed, but no, in that case, we'll leave it off for tonight. So thank you for everyone joining us this evening. And we hope to see you all again soon for more UKL 4 Nations.